and I think for our part of free software, and you're making or you're helping make it happen that way. Both CodeThing and Qt, they will have booths because they are the top tier. Well, reach out and ask what they do. I'm sure that they will appreciate it. Also, thank you very much to the University of Macedonia for hosting us here. This well, also makes it happen in a very, very logistical and practical manner. Thank you very much, University. On a more pragmatic note, we're going to have coffee breaks. They're for free. They're between 10:50 and 11:15. It's on your badge. You will see. Well, join, drink the coffee, and like talk to the people like I was mentioning before. There's going to be lunch. Lunch you had to register for it though. If you forgot to register for some reason, well, go find the people in the registration booth and tell them. Or you can find lunch anywhere in the city because, like, I hear there's plenty of food over here, and it's all great. So that's also fine too. There's places that you can order water. I was asked to say don't drink from the toilet or the bathrooms. Well, yeah. Sure. Well, as the registration and the Academy team, they will tell us all about the water. We have a great code of conduct that you must abide for. You have the contacts on your badge in case that you have a problem, which you shouldn't have, but well, know it's there for you in case you might. Remember to wear your badges, unlike I'm doing myself right now. Also, it's going to be needed for the social events. If you don't want pictures to be taken of you, use the red lanyard. Note that there's colors. Also respect other people's lanyards. If somebody doesn't want pictures taken of them, well, don't take pictures of them, right? That's this hard. We have hashtag Academy 2023. If you do things on social media, use it, and that will help, well, the world notice what we're doing. So that's kind of what I wanted to say. To get started, I'll leave you with the keynote very soon, if that's the time. They'll tell us all about space and free software. Thank you, and thanks for joining.
We just have a couple of minutes while setup happens, so maybe we can do a Academy t-shirt inventory. So I'm wearing last year's Academy t-shirt, the 2022, and I can see one there and one there. Albert's good of you to be here, Marco. Do we have any 2021 Academy t-shirts in the room? You've got a yellow one. Is that 21? Yeah. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3. All right, 2021 is present. 2020 had that amazing color scheme. Yes, excellent. 2019 was Milan, wasn't it? That was grayish. Do we have any 2019s in the room? No, 2018. That was Almeria with the... Vienna was pink. You're right. That was an amazing t-shirt. Any pink shirts? Nope. So before that was Almeria with the Moorish, the hexagon. People are not bringing their old Academy t-shirts. What's going on here? I'm wearing a temporary one. Okay, that was 2012. 15? Oh, there's a 15, yeah, Berlin. Okay, we got Tampere. And everyone else who's wearing good to have all of you. And now, see, space is easy.
It's not. So, hi, I'm Eleftherios Kosmas. You can call me Alkos, it's usually hard to pronounce my name. I'm representing LibreSpace Foundation. I'm its vice chairman. And I'm going to talk about how open source actually empowers getting to space, the Libre way. Before starting, I have to say that I'm really, really happy to be here. I've been a KDE user for the last 23 years or so. Since KDE 2 came out. I'm really happy to be with you. I never actually expected to be here with you. So, how all this started? Well, the thing is that, as most interesting stuff, starts with a small group of people, friends, whatever you like, that met at the local hackerspace in Athens, Greece, which is focused on open source technologies. That started around 2011. At 2014, during the Space Art Challenge hackathon, we started SatNox, Satellite Ground Station Network. Same year, we won the Hackaday Prize, approximately 200,000. So we had to decide what to do with all that money, which was a lot during the worst economic crisis in our country. So we say, hey, let's make a non-profit foundation to use all that resources in something we love and share back with the community. So 2017, we actually had in orbit our first satellite, UPSat, which we did for the University of Patras. And 2022, our first open source satellite deployer, just this September. So, all this work is powered by vision, by open source and openness in general, open governance, open hardware, open data. And what we seek to do is to make space accessible to all. To do so, we develop stuff from ground stations to satellite missions, and we adhere to a set of values. We have our own manifesto, if you'd like, mostly inspired by the Mozilla Manifesto and the Outer Space Treaty. And the whole idea is that we use GPL version 6, 8GPL, LGPL, CERN licenses, open source data, and we adhere to trying to document everything, all our processes, all our governance, the way we do stuff on our documentation efforts and our repositories. For an organization that works in space, that's a little bit weird. Most such organizations, especially the ones not funded by governments, don't do so because most of them are either for-profit companies or they are just commonly not very open. You see, what we do, actually, being an open source organization allowed us to create some interesting projects, like SatNox, like UPSat. You can actually see in orbit. it was launched by the International Space Station, so you get a nice picture from an astronaut. We've finally tried to do a lot of hardware development, mostly, nowadays, and a lot of software development that will create more open source data for space. Why we do so, and why we believe that's the way forward? Where, first and foremost, open source allows for rapid prototyping and rapid iterations. For example, the SatNux communication system, the little module we created, which is this one over there, which is designed for CubeSat analysis, signal analysis and communications, it's actually also forked by the good people from the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki next door from here. And they use it, they forked it, they managed to use our design on their own future CubeSat, and that's really interesting because that's not the norm in space. We've seen that this design can also be used for ionospheric disturbance analysis, which for us, it's interesting because we didn't thought about it. Some other people thought about it. And because it's open source and people can actually see how it works, they can say, you know something, you can also do that with that hardware. We never thought about that. It also allows for global collaboration, meaning that the SatNux network now has more than 400 ground stations in 50 countries all over the world. You can actually get data from Taiwan, from Russia, from the United States of America, from the Azores Islands in the middle of the freaking ocean, which is really interesting, in my humble opinion, because that's something usually only large superpowers could do a few years ago. Nowadays, with open source and a huge community, you can actually do stuff and lower the barriers of entry. Because, for example, for a team or a person to participate in SatNux, you can actually need a Raspberry Pi, a few antennas, a simple RTL SDR, and you're good to go. I mean, I have one of these things on my rooftop. And it's simple, and it's a way to give back to the community and a way to participate in a space project. And also, it's a way to participate in projects that you have really interest in. So, what we managed to understand is that using open source in space is not just developing open source. We prefer to dog food open source, if you like, meaning that you have to use open source solutions all over your stack. You have to use open source solutions for daily operations, for community operations, for development needs. It's not only, you know something, I'm gonna create an open source community and use everything closed source. That doesn't go a long way. You use, sometimes you have to actually assist the development and actually lead the way to get the features you need. And you have to have daily interaction with the open source project you use in order to get some of their good practices and good ideas. And I'm not meaning only about code, not meaning about, yes, they did a really nice thing in that commit, I'm gonna get that. There are good practices and good community management ideas or good implementations of things among several projects. And having interactions with other projects like KDE, you can actually get what other people are doing and try to copy the right stuff or the stuff that suits you. And let's be honest, using open source solutions can allow for interoperability within the organization, especially an organization that is mostly remote and distributed around the world, and with external entities. For example, we are working with the European Space Agency, we are working with Harvard, we are working with several space agencies across the world. Having open source tools allows us for better communication with our partners. And there are some of our of the open source projects we use. Of course, we use Linux, apparently. But the thing is that we try to use as much as possible across the board. But there are challenges. And being an open source organization in space creates some difficulties maybe, because let's face it, space is hard. It can be really hard. Orbital hardware has a few ways to be fixed, and as it's launched, you can't do anything about it. You can't go say, you know something, that screw shouldn't go there. Well, bad luck. But open source can provide a solution for more robust systems. There are several regulations, several standards you have to follow, but following standards, there are established ways so you can actually create frameworks around them, you can work with the standard and actually start to implement ways, to find ways to implement the standards as long as they are not locked in a proprietary way. We are seeing these coming time and time again. There are regulatory issues. What we believe is that as long as you try to be open and try to implement stuff openly, you will provide solutions for all. And that's key. To be honest, space used to be the domain of superpowers, of large corporations, of people with resources. Miniaturization allowed lowering the bars of entry. Open source, on the other hand, can be a catalyst in lowering the bars of entry. Now you can build your own CubeSat in your local hackerspace. And you can actually go in Athens and see people building satellites in the local hackerspace. It's a little bit crazy, because you can actually see people working on a space-rated hardware while other people are hacking something really silly, which is really nice. in my humble opinion. The industry, this industry at least, it's not the only one, is full of proprietary solutions and secrecy. Secrecy has been a staple for space many, many years now. And nowadays, we see that the impact to innovation is so huge that traditional entities, private, public entities, are keen on checking out openness. They've not yet gone full open source, not all of them at least, but you can see that the European Space Agency starts to promote open source. NASA has open source repositories. There are processes, there's work to be done, and we're trying to pressure things in going forward in the open source way. But let's face it, space is also a very capital intensive industry. It needs huge amounts of money to put hardware in orbit. Ridiculous amounts sometimes. So that impacts innovation and impacts open source too, because we are used to, as open source creators, to create something and have it on our hands, able to use it without any intermediates, without having to invest huge amounts of money to have it even work on its own. This is not the case in space, but the case is that because it's so capital intensive, there are opportunities to actually be able to fund open source development. We are actually an organization that's sustainable, has around 15 to 20 employees. Most of them are engineers. I think I'm the less engineering one. And the thing is that what we see is that we are able to sustain an organization for the last 8+ years. We believe that sharing the same state with KDE is indicative of the common grounds open source organizations like KDE share with LibreSpace Foundation. Both foster communities, both try to democratize, if you like, access to technology, and they're thriving through community. We couldn't build stuff without our community. We couldn't build stuff without open source tools like GitLab, like Big Blue Button. We couldn't be the way we are without being collaborative and transparent in what we do. What we are trying to achieve and what we are trying to build is similar to an extent in what any open source organization does. Being open, promoting open source culture, openness in general, and creating a set of open tools for people to use. Of course, there are differences, because let's face it, as I said before, and I'll say it again, and I'll iterate it continuously, space is hard. There are domain-specific challenges. There are tests you have to do. There are regulations you have to fill out. Oh, they're nice. And while working with that kind of in that kind of environment, you may feel a little bit change in how things work. You may think that I can't do the things I would like to do because I want to break some stuff. You can't. It's space. They won't let you break stuff in orbit. And in general, they don't let you break stuff around in space and space agencies. I don't know why. Most of our work is purpose-driven. That's not really similar to what KDE does, because KDE actually, in my humble opinion at least, correct me if I'm wrong, KDE actually provides a generic computing experience. You can use KDE for whatever you'd like. That's a strong selling point of KDE. I'm a KDE user, but my use scenarios were different across the many years I've used it. I used to use KDE to just browse. I used KDE to develop stuff, and it wasn't nice for anyone involved. And now I use KDE for developing open source hardware in space. Well, the thing is that what KDE and projects like KDE do is provide a very important common ground for us, a very important infrastructure to work with. We can actually use stuff around. And especially the way we see it is that, the way I'm seeing it at least, is that KDE is flexible enough to adjust to my special user needs as they change. It is really important in the way I see it. As LSF, though, we need to engage the community in different ways than KDE, meaning that as we work with a very specialized bunch of people, scientists, space engineers, space agencies, they need engagement in a different way of things. You need more formal engagement sometimes. You need to be a little bit more in the box, if you like. But that thing also changes in the space industry, because the space industry has learned that you can't innovate always in the box. The other thing with LibreSpace is that our deadlines are very hard. Because honestly, you can't say to the launch provider, you know something guys, can we postpone launching that big rocket of yours because my hardware is not ready yet? Can we? No, I can't say that. I can't say I haven't passed the QA measures they needed for their hardware, their software, because this has to be done. I can't say I didn't do environmental testing because I have to do it. I have to vibrate the thing before it goes on a rocket. And the thing is that in contrast with KDE, we do have a hardware commitment. We do develop hardware. Developing hardware can be, well, apparently hard, but also creates a focus on on a singular platform. This isn't the case for KDE, because KDE has to be used on any of these things, or hopefully in the future, it could be used on our phones or in any device we use. This is different, but also really interesting in the way such a community must interact. KDE has to work with 1 million devices on 1 million of systems, doing different user scenarios, which can be really complicated or really extreme. Or yes, there are 10 users out there that use this weird driver, and you have to figure out a way to use that on your system and create a UI around it and have an experience similar to other KDE users' experience, which for me, it's crazy. I don't know how you people do it. So me. But also, it's something that it's out of our world. We can't believe that it's done, but it's done. We've seen it. We've seen it on our own machines, to be honest. And the other difference is that when you people work and develop KDE, developing KDE is more or less instant. You do stuff, you create your binary, and you test it. I do stuff, I ship them away, I beg the gods or whatever to not skip the launch day because, you know, the weather's bad. Oh, poor you, next month. And the other thing is that you stay in the unknown. You don't know how stuff will happen. And sometimes, without your own, I don't know, input, without your own, without you messing around stuff, you have that. That wasn't pretty. I mean, that was a community, a bunch of people. Some people here, I can see, that have seen and worked on the code of this thing. There used to be a Picobus Pocket Cube launcher there and 2 really small satellites of LibreSpace Foundation and 4 Spanish satellites on the Picobus because we decided to assist our friends in Spain. So we got the thing in the launch pad, it started flying, and kaboom. After 1 minute or so in the flight, the rocket started to wobble, and they pressed the button. People worked on this, worked hard to make this thing work. And it didn't. And that's a challenge faced by such organizations that are focused in space. You might work a lot, and things will fail. And failure is an option. Well, if they didn't press the button, it would be a worse failure, so I understand that. So, what we learned so far on our journey in space, the last 8 years, well, it's longer than a Star Trek set of seasons. It's nice. So, first and foremost, we learned that sky is not the limit for open source. Open source can be everywhere. Can be in orbit, can be in Mars, as JPL showed on their little helicopter. It's really nice. Challenges can foster innovation. The challenges and the regulations and all that regulatory framework you have to work might allow you to change your mind, be a little bit more flexible than others, and try to implement stuff in a better way. The way we see it, I think one of the most important things we have to take into account is community participation. We couldn't be here, we couldn't build Satmux Network, which is the biggest satellite ground station network globally. It's bigger than NASA. Without a community, without people building their own ground stations, without people suggesting, you know something, guys, you have to do that because that would be more efficient for that driver over there. I mean, come on, I couldn't have thought that. And it also allows for input in domains that you are not used to work with. I am not a space engineer. I'm trained in healthcare, for fuck's sake. I'm a nurse, actually. So, I used to be at least. And having people with domain-specific knowledge, or even more, non-domain specific knowledge, but knowledge in certain characteristics of physics or stuff like that, can allow for innovative solutions and can allow for a community to go further. In my humble opinion, that collaboration sounds like collaboration, nice. Collaboration can have geometric impact, of course, meaning that you can actually see that it's not linear. After we've seen that when there is an amount of people in the project that starts getting a little bit more crowded, has more commits from other people outside the regular, things change and go faster and faster. Sometimes it's difficult to keep up, but they're faster and faster, and you see that the project started going slow, mostly working, goes crazy fast, because the community is pushing the project forward without you even expecting it to go as fast as it goes. And we actually learned that we have to learn from our peers, learn from other open source organizations, learn from other space organizations, get the knowledge and experience and wisdom, if you like, of the open source community. We've seen it with other organizations too. I think we see it with KDE. You people have experienced stuff we haven't. You've seen how difficult it is to migrate to a new environment. We've lived that with KDE 3 to 4, and we survived it. And but the idea is that you learn, and the right things your peers do, and the good thing, the wrong things your peers do, are actually a way to learn stuff. And we believe that an open source organization like ours or like you has to learn from the mistakes and the right choices of their peers. Because we have a great thing, meaning that what you do and what Mozilla does and what, I don't know, Debian does is actually a learning process for all of us. You can't implement the same things always because we are not the same organization, certainly. But you can actually learn stuff from each other. And you can also collaborate either directly or through umbrella organizations going forward. We have, in my humble opinion, and I think that's shared with many people in the KDE community and other open source communities, we have to collaborate on common challenges. We have to collaborate on challenges such as policy coming in our countries, in EU or in the United States of America. And we have to learn to figure out how to protect our users and protect open source. I'm open for your questions. I really would like to open a dialogue and start chatting because, okay, doing a presentation is cool, but chatting is better. Of course, you can always send me an email at elkos@liberspace to just say hello, chat, and discuss whatever issues you may have. But I'm open for your questions, if you like. Shoot me.
One of the folks, you say that there are people in the hacked spaces now designing and building satellites.
Yeah.
In these. In one of the photos shows some hardware and it has the KiCad logo.
Yeah.
How much?
Let me see. Yes, that one.
Wait, sorry. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Lydia. Oh, hello, Lydia. So it has the KiCad logo on it, and the question is, how much of that is going on? How much do you have to design? How much hardware do you have to design and make yourself, or can most of the hardware that goes into the satellites come off the shelf?
Well, here's the thing. We don't actually design ICs yet, I would say. There is always interest, and if our engineers would have their own thing, I'm pretty sure they would design their own ICs to do several kind of stuff. But bear that, all the design is custom, excluding components like that SMA thing or that screw over there, or resistors, stuff like that, the little LED. The design, the PCBs, the metallic designs, everything is custom, and it's open source. Designed with KiCad and FreeCAD. On an open source repository, you can actually download and build it yourself, put it on your own rocket, and call it a day. It's a really interesting project. Yeah, that's a really interesting project, actually. That's SIDLOC. SIDLOC is a satellite identification and location protocol. We designed this for the European Space Agency, and its thing is that it actually emits a beacon that allows for, it's not a satellite, spacecraft actually, spacecraft identification location. So why this thing is interesting? Well, it emits a beacon, a certain kind of signal which allows for identifying a satellite or a spacecraft easily and allows it to be located easily using math mostly. So the thing is, the interesting thing is that having an open source having an open protocol is cool. Having a protocol that is actually implemented in an open source way is way cooler. And that's the way we should work. Because if we went out there and built a proprietary solution, what's the meaning? Why? Why should anybody adopt such a thing? It's too big. It's 5 by 5 centimeters. It's huge. And this actual design, will go in Ariane 6. It's an inaugural flight and will actually allow us to track Ariane 6 using SailLog. And yes, you have to use KiCad on that. And yes, you have to use FreeCAD on that. And yes, you have to do everything open source if you are willing to do something that's impactful for the space industry. If you're just trying to make a buck, then yeah, go full proprietary, I don't care. But if you're trying to create something that will have an impact to people, to universities, to university teams, to even corporations, someone trying to build their own satellite because they're making something. Yeah, you have to go fully open. And let them do their commits and let them do their forks and have fun. Other questions?
Yes.
Yes, please, please.
You mentioned ground stations a couple of times. What is a ground station, and is that something that we as people living on Earth would want to set up in our backyards, and what does it do that will help people?
Yes. So, a ground station can be that city and then over there, which is not that big. Something like that. I have to admit that there is also a bigger ground station in the network. The Dwingelo telescope in Netherlands is actually a Satmux ground station, which is a little big for my backyard. I don't have such a big backyard. It's a little bit bigger than my house, actually. So the thing is that people create satellite ground stations, or actually make their own, or use older type of hardware used by radio amateurs to build one, because they'd like to share data with their community. Some people find that interesting, because it can actually be an easy weekend project for them. It wasn't easy for me, but I'm not good with Black & Deckers at all. So, but the thing is that people like to assist other communities and other university teams. Most satellites, a ground station actually receives data from a satellite, okay, which orbits low Earth orbit. So it only has around 10 minutes per day to actually track the satellite. So if there is a university team, like the university team at next door, that needs data, They can use my own ground station, they can use my friend Core's ground station in the United States, or they can use a ground station in China, in Taiwan, yes, they're both in the network, or in Russia, I don't know, and actually do stuff. So in that case, they mostly like to assist other communities. Shoot.
Yeah. So regarding hardware, as far as I know, most of the stuff that is destined to go to space have to be subjected to very rigorous testing. And the testing equipment to do that is very expensive and also proprietary. Under even the specifications, most of the times, from my experience, even the specifications like dimensions of a vacuum chamber, for example, are under NDA too. Do you have any solutions you are doing yourself in order to reach the same standard that is required?
That's a great, almost insider view of our project. So, here's the thing.
He's literally from the university next door.
Yes, I know. I know him, okay? I know people. So here's the thing. Yes, we are trying to have our own designs. We're trying to build our own vacuum chambers. We are trying to build our own clean rooms. And we want this all to be open source documented. Right now, what we do is go to the University of Catalonia and do stuff there. And we pay stuff to do stuff there. We have to pay stuff to do environmental testing, we have to pay stuff to do vibration checks, and in the future, we hope we will be able to have our own stack and the stack available to open source projects in general. And an infrastructure, a literal infrastructure, physical infrastructure, that is an open source project can send their own hardware to be tested. Hopefully with a person together to monitor the procedure, because I'm not good. Yeah, other questions?
So I have another similar question, I suppose, of the collaboration with different projects and it being open source is amazing, and kind of have you been able to have any success with getting some of these proprietary companies to open source their stuff? So kind of like coming from the other direction.
Well, I'll try to be frank about it. No. Here's the thing. Especially in space. Space, as I said before, is a very, very capital intensive thing. And people tend to be very protective of their presumed IP. It's usually not something very interesting. Sometimes you've seen devices, you've seen hardware that are used around and sold by big companies. You say, what? You charge so much money for that? Why? It's so simple. On the other hand, yes, but that has orbital pedigree, as they say. Because it's been there and it worked. So they charge whatever the hell they want for that. But the thing is that these companies, most of these companies at least, see that there might be another way to do stuff. Interestingly, the space agencies say that there is another way to do stuff. Because the space agencies want to protect their own interests and their interests of the people they represent. So maybe the space engines will say, yes, I need that open source. And usually that's where we come in and say, okay, let's work together with the community, let's work together with large integrators, maybe even. I won't say names yet because I haven't signed anything. But if you start to see people start looking about open source in space, they see that it might make sense. It's not a good fit for our business plan, but yeah, maybe some other time we will see. But things change. The guys from next door, they've seen it. Already they've seen it. They already use some of our hardware, right? And they already forked it, and they already put it on their own way. And they see that they might even go forward in making their own open source stuff because they are cool. But how many people out there are cool? I've seen recently, I think it was Quetzal, a CubeSat from Ecuador, I think, I'm not 100% sure, that recently got released as an open source project. And it's trapped on Satmix. You can actually see a really nice graphic display of it working in space, and it's really cool. And the thing I see is that we might see change from university teams first, pushing the envelope forward, making open source solutions because they need them to work better, and because, let's be honest about it, the guys next door might not always be next door. They might go to the industry, they might go somewhere else, they might change career and become artists. But the thing is that the source code has to remain there. They're a public funded university. They need to use their creation for the betterment of everyone. Else, other questions?
Thank you. We're sort of out of time, so I'm going to use my session chair position to ask the last question.
Oh.
You've gone to space with open source. Where are you going to go next?
Well, still we are going to space, but the thing is that we only reached low Earth orbit, right?
Okay, there's plenty of space beyond low Earth orbit. Thank you, Eleftherios Kosmas.
Thanks.
For everyone who is not going to space today, you may want to go to the coffee break, which is right now. I'd like to point out that your printed badges contain a schedule, and that schedule is wrong. Please use the website. goals presented and moderated by Lydia and talked about by Carl, Nate, and Joseph. Before we get on with that, I'd like to remind you there is a program in your badge. The program is wrong. Use the website. But your badge is useful for other things. It tells the people around you who you are. And if you look on the inside, it will also tell you things like bus schedules and the Wi-Fi password. So examine your badge. It's full of good stuff. And an incorrect program. Fine. That said, I would like to hand off to Lydia, who is going to run the KDE Goals panel thingy. Thingy. Take it away.
Let's do the thingy. Over the past years, we've been working on goals, and part of Akademy has become to look at what has been happening around the goals that we voted on. Thank you. And that's what we're going to do now. And we're going to start with Nate to talk about the automation and systemization goal. So please, applause for Nate.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the panel. So today I'm going to talk about the automation and systematization goal. This is a goal that was chosen last year, so this is going to be kind of a mid-cycle update. So let's get into it. First, let's start with a little bit of background about KDE and why the structure of KDE makes this goal important. All of us in KDE are aware that KDE is a multi-generational organization, and KDE's contributors have a defined life cycle as well as different stages that we often move through. At the beginning, we have people who start out as students or young hackers in university. These people in this group are marked by having lots of time, lots of passion, lots and lots of contributions to KDE. Then time marches on, as it always does. People become young single professionals, and their KDE time becomes hobby time. At this point in time, people have jobs, and jobs take up more time. And as a result, KDE contributions tend to fall off a little bit. Then time continues its vicious cycle, and people become professionals, established in their careers, they have families, and KDE time often drops off quite a bit. And then finally, if all goes well, people retire, they become financially successful, they have time for KDE again. But one thing you can see with all of these different groups that people can fall into is that the amount of time that we have for KDE changes. That means there's a lot of turnover in KDE. One thing we're really good at is making sure that people cycle in and out and learn from each other. But it's really important that we keep the knowledge that people bring into KDE, and it must stay in KDE. People bring knowledge all the time. They work on cool stuff. Some of that knowledge gets passed on to other people, and then we learn from each other. I think all of us have had that experience. Some of that becomes embedded in technical processes that we work on and that we contribute to. And unfortunately, some of that knowledge just gets lost when people leave KDE. And that's the thing that we really want to try to avoid. And that's the thrust of this goal, is how can we minimize that knowledge leakage when people inevitably leave KDE, either temporarily because they've moved on to a new phase of their life, or permanently for whatever reason, which is fine because people come and go, but we want to make sure that their knowledge stays within KDE. There are many different types of knowledge that gets lost, so let's go over that a little bit. The first type of leaky knowledge is processes that are done by hand and generally not documented. These are things we really want to avoid. The next is when people have personal tools that they write for themselves to take care of certain things, but then they don't share them publicly. When those people go away, the personal tools are essentially lost as well. Next, we have public tools, which is better. Public tools are better than private tools, but the public tools have to be documented or else nobody knows how to use them when people go away, and then they get rewritten because it's easier to rewrite than to understand. And also these public tools sometimes are not run automatically for automatic periodic processes, and that's important too, to make sure that people retain knowledge of how to use them. Finally, we have not finally, second to finally. We have knowledge that is gained alone and not shared. This happens when we learn something, but we don't talk to other people about it. Talking to other people is really important. And documentation also has to be kept up to date. When it's not kept up to date, it's not useful. All of this leads to the very familiar feeling of, if I stop doing this, it won't get done. And then you feel like you have to keep doing it. And if you don't, everything you're working on will end up as an ancient ruin, like this. So that's not a good thing. We want to avoid that feeling. The basic problem here is that working alone sucks, because you end up doing the same work that other people have done before. You end up fixing the bugs that other people have fixed in the past. You end up getting your merge request nitpicked to death with style comments because people have different opinions on what should or shouldn't be there. You end up talking to users about the exact same problems that you've fixed over and over and over and over again. You end up triaging the same bugs over and over again. And eventually, when you decide to go on vacation, nobody takes over what you were working on, and so it eventually gets dropped on the floor. These are things that are very unpleasant. They tend to lead to people burning out, leaving KDE, not having an enjoyable time, and we want for those things not to happen. So you don't turn into this guy and destroy your computer, because then you really can't work on KDE stuff. So the solution is to externalize your knowledge, to get it out of your own head. It's really important for the thrust of this goal that we be scripting our tasks, and that we have those scripts, especially if they're for periodic tasks, that they get run automatically rather than manually. They need to be documented so other people can run them too, so that if one person is gone, then another person can take over without missing a beat. We want to make sure that if people are doing similar tasks, that we consolidate the tooling that they're using, so that each person isn't having, say, personal scripts that they're running that only works for them, and then it only works for their process, and another person does a different thing. Not great. We need to collaborate on that. We need to make sure that we're keeping up to date on test cases, because it sucks to fix a bug that's been fixed over and over again. I think most of us have had this experience. It's not fun. It's easier to write a test case and then it won't happen again. We want to make sure that our code is well commented. We want the comments to be good. We want the comments to explain the why, not the what. The what is usually pretty obvious. The why often is not obvious. Git history, I will mention real fast, is not a substitute for code comments, because you don't see the Git history at the moment when you are reading the code. Depends on your client, right? Depends on your tools. So if you're using Kate, which all of you should, then Kate has an amazing plugin that can show you the very last comment, the very last commit that touched a particular line. But all of that is a more indirect process than just seeing a comment right there in the code that explains what's going on. It can even reference the Git history, and you can go there for extra information, but it is not a substitute, because otherwise some well-meaning do-gooder who does not have an editor set up the way yours is will look at this code and they'll say, why did some idiot write it this way? I'll just rewrite it. And then a whole rabbit hole gets gone down and it wastes everybody's time. We should also be making sure that stylistic stuff is done with auto tests and with CI, so that we're not endlessly arguing over whether there should be semicolons at the end of lines for QML JavaScript code. This is a waste of everybody's time. Doesn't matter. Yes, no, who cares? Let's just standardize it. We should have bots triage bugs as much as possible, because bug triage takes forever and it is not a fun thing to do. A lot of this stuff can be automated by bots. And we also have to make sure that our documentation remains up to date, because we're actually using it. That's the best way to make sure it happens. If we're not reading our documentation, we won't notice problems, and we won't see that it needs to be fixed. So when it comes to what's happened over the last year, a lot of really cool things have gotten done. We've had 12 months. That's pretty good. I want to go over real fast some of the things that we've managed to accomplish. We've added tons more auto tests everywhere. Personally, I'm involved in the Plasma project. I've seen a lot there. There are a number of apps where people have added helpful auto tests. This is a really useful thing. We've gotten a whole new testing framework. using a system called Selenium that allows us to do user interface testing. Selenium is really cool because it also goes through the accessibility API. So in order to make it work in the first place, you have to have adequate accessibility support in your software. So this gets to two goals at once, because at the same time that you improve accessibility, you make your software more testable. And when you do test your software, you're making sure that the accessibility code is being exercised and that it doesn't bit rot over time, because if it does, you'll notice it, and that's really great. We have, for the KDE SRC build script that many of us use for compiling software, we now have a dependency regeneration tool that automatically makes sure that the dependencies for each KDE repo is up to date. That's really great. We have tooling for updating apps on the Microsoft Store, which has been written over the last year. That's some really amazing stuff. We have an increasingly large set of changes to make tests mandatory to pass in your software so that you can't press the merge button if the tests are failing. This is excellent. We're not 100% there yet, but anything is better than the 0% we had a couple of years ago. We have a Bugzilla bot now, and the Bugzilla bot takes care of various bug triage tasks, simple things at the moment, saying things like, hey, you're using a version of the software that's too old, report it to your distro, things like that. We have updated a ton of outdated documentation over time to make it useful so that people can actually start using it. We also have continuous integration jobs to build Flatpak bundles for many apps, which makes them easier to test and also allows us to see when that process breaks. So now it doesn't break as often, which is great. We have CI jobs to enforce code formatting in C++ in some projects. This is something that we have in some repos and not all repos, but it's really cool stuff, and it has saved us from a ton of arguing over code style and merge requests, which saves everybody's time for more useful things. We also have a CI job to validate JSON files, now that everything has been ported to JSON, which is used to auto-generate desktop files. So now you don't have the experience of accidentally breaking your JSON file right after you hit the merge button, which is no fun and wastes everybody's time. So you can see a theme here, which is let's not waste everybody's time. Finally, we also have a hook script to prevent you from changing translated text in Git. Now that translations live in Git repos, we were seeing a bunch of people saying, ooh, this is great. This means I can now do translation work in Git. Can't do it. So now we have a thing that tells you so that we don't have people explaining that over and over again, which was no fun. There are many ways, if any of this sounds interesting, that you folks can help to do this. One of the biggest ones is to write more Selenium UI tests for apps that have the framework set up. This directly benefits multiple goals. As I mentioned earlier, it also helps to test the accessibility stuff. And if your app does not currently have Selenium set up, set it up. It's really cool. There is a wiki page that explains how to do that. Some of this is linked to in the goals wiki page, which I'll get to at the very end. Another thing you can do, which is a very, in some cases it's sort of a low-hanging fruit, is to make tests mandatory to pass before merging. If your project is in the fortunate state that all of its auto tests already pass, fantastic. Immediately go turn on the thing that says that they have to keep passing. So then they won't just start failing at some point in the future, because that will happen. We also want to make sure that we are adopting much more widely the code formatting stuff so that we don't have as much arguing and merge requests about that. That's another small thing that is relatively easy to do from a technical standpoint. From a sociological standpoint, it's harder, but you can say, Nate told you to just do it, and then people will yell at me and not you, and that'll be easier. We have this KDE SRC dep regeneration script that I mentioned earlier. That's something that could be automated so that it runs periodically, and then Nicholas over there doesn't need to manually run it once a week, which I assume is a waste of his time. We also have the Bugzilla bot. The Bugzilla bot is written in Ruby. It's rather approachable. We can make this smarter so that it's doing more of our work for us, and we have less bug triage to do. Basically, be lazier. I want all of you to go out and be much lazier so you have less busy work to do. Because in the process of being lazier, you're also helping to take the amazing knowledge that's in all of your heads and put it into KDE, where it can benefit from everybody and can even benefit you if you happen to leave and then come back later, because all of that won't be lost. There are also some even bigger ideas that I've got for this goal that have been worked on a little bit here and there, but really need the helping hand of technical experts to make this stuff possible. Basically, everybody I look at in this room is much smarter than me, so I'm looking at a whole room full of technical experts. I think that any of you folks, if you want to work on any of these things, this would be a fantastic way to help the goal. We've got tasks like consolidating release tooling. I think it's not lost on everybody that we have many different release vehicles. We have gear, we have frameworks, we have Plasma, we have individual things with extra gear. If there would be a way for us to consolidate our release tooling so that it's something that can be run automatically and it's something that can work for all different release vehicles, that would be fantastic because it would make it much easier for people to be release managers, and not so much of the work would have to be borne on one particular person so that that person feels stressed out if they happen to be on vacation when release day arrives, etc. There's also this other moonshot idea of using AI to triage bug reports. People keep asking, can you integrate ChatGPT and KDE? Can you integrate ChatGPT and KDE? And this is how we do it, in my opinion. We have a robot triage bug reports, because this is something that robots can potentially be good at, that none of us like to do, so let's do that if possible. This is something, the next thing is something that also helps for onboarding. If we could have KDE SRC build automatically install third-party projects needed to build KDE stuff, instead of making people go and do that themselves, that would be a huge help. That would cut down on an enormous amount of common chatter that people end up having to handle. In the same vein as AI to triage bug reports, we could have a chatbot answer common help questions, things like NVIDIA drivers, and why does this update not work in Discover because my distro's update policy is completely broken, things like that. I'm sure all of us are very tired of answering these types of questions. I know I am. And if there's any way we can have a system do that, that would be much better. There are also ideas for how we could make our icon design pipeline much easier. It's a very manual process right now. It relies on information that is stuck in the heads of several people, some of whom I see in this room. And I think if there's a way that we could make this a more programmatic process by, say, having icons get generated by combining symbols together in a code pipeline rather than making everything manually get done in Inkscape, that would be fantastic. We could automatically generate app stream release notes from the commit message tags and from GitLab tags. We have all the plumbing needed to make this work. We even have support in AppStream itself, which has recently gained support for fetching remote release notes, which was the big blocker last time. It's just a matter of wiring it up. Then we don't have to spend so much time manually writing release notes for every single release. This could be a big benefit, I think. And then there's also that This Week in KDE blog that some guy named Nate writes, which for some strange reason is not on KDE infrastructure yet. So maybe he could finally get off his butt and do something like that. I think that would be good for this goal as well. If any of this sounds interesting, you can get involved in a couple ways. I'm the goal champion. You can always contact me. I'm nate@kde.org. I'm around all the time. I think you probably know how to contact me. Otherwise, there is this kde.org/goals link where you can find information about all the goals, including the automation goal. We also have a team on Invent that you can join. There's not much activity there in that particular space right now, so you can help change that. We have a buff session at noon on Tuesday that you can go to if this sounds like an interesting topic. And we also have a sprint planned for sometime next year. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that. And with that, I would like to say thank you all for listening, and we can move on to the next one.
Thank you so much, Nate. And we move on to accessibility with Carl. Tell us about accessibility, Carl.
Hello everyone. I will talk about the second goals, about accessibility, or as well called KDE for all, because we are an inclusive community, we want to have our software to work for everyone, even people with disabilities who need to use a screen reader or who can't use a mouse. Or, There's this quote from Tim Berners-Lee, who is the inventor of the World Wide Web, who says that the power of the web is universality, and access by everyone, regardless of disability, is an essential aspect. And I think that also applies for KDE, So why is that important? I mean, it's good for us like to reach more people. We do that as well, like for example, by porting our software to Windows or to Mac or to Android. Like we don't want to only target Linux users, but we also should not only target people who are like experts with computers and we can't see what is the software, and it also like benefits everyone. Like even for normal user, being able to use the software with the keyboard, like for provided users is quite important. Like they can be faster to use the software. Like for example, another aspect is that changing the fonts, like to increase the size of the fonts, as well like useful for everyone, and not only people with reduced visions. Yeah, and I mean like accessibility as well includes usability generally, like of the software in general. And another aspect is that accessibility is a requirement for public sectors, organizations, and if you want to be this organization to use the KDE software, we should try to ensure that KDE software follows the requirements, follows the accessibility requirements. So, what did we do? Like last year, there was since last year, I mean, like we started testing our software with a screen reader or with a keyboard only to see what can be used with the keyboard or what can be like just by listening to the Orca, see what how we can use the software currently, and that allowed to like find a lot of cases where it was not that great. Like often there was tabbing loops where you just type and you switch cycle between elements, but you don't go like over on the entire apps, which is an issue because then like the screen reader user or just a keyboard user won't be able to navigate the entire applications just with the tabs or the keyboard navigations. And we started writing automated tests with Selenium, like Nate already said, which is like a really cool framework to write tests and also like ensure that your software is accessible. I mean, it doesn't ensure it, like it's still need to work on testing with like a screen reader, but at least it helps a lot. Like, and yeah, we had like actually multiple seasons of KDE projects on that topic. As I mentored Richie for Tocodon, and Joseph did like work on J'ai compris with Selenium. We also had like some blind users coming to the KDE accessibility channels, matrix channels, and testing the software for us, which was quite great. Like to have like, because like when you can see what the software is, it's a bit harder to imagine what the difficulties are. But when someone comes and tells you, yeah, that buttons here, I don't know what it do. And then, oh, actually, like the Kirigami driver handle to, yeah, and that's how you detect malfunctions. Yeah, we like after testing, we started like also improving the software. There was like many patches for Plasma created, and as well as the KDE applications. Like a good example is Cleopatra. Ingo has a talk, I think later today, in the other room, which hopefully like will give you a bit of technical details and how we made Cleopatra good for accessibility. We include the KDE Frameworks because like if you ensure that the KDE Frameworks are accessible, it's easier to build applications that are also accessible if you use common shell components. We also did some improvement upstream in Qt. We sent multiple patches to Qt to improve accessibility. For example, the buttons that it was a press action, something, or the name was missing by default, and it was easy to fix. Like, but what we get like by testing the software, we found easy things to fix, and there's like a lot of areas where small improvements already make a lot of difference. And we also send a few patches to Orca itself, like the screen reader for Linux, and the GNOME project. So it's good to see like cross-desktop collaboration on stuff like that. Yeah. So what did you learn? Yeah, I mean, like having the community vote on the goal doesn't make it magically happens. Like we still need to have more people working on accessibility. There's also like not that much documentation from the Qt side about accessibility, and that's something that we should probably try to improve as upstream. I mean, there's like the documentation for the QAccessible class, but there's not a lot of documentation how to use that, best way to use that, or to make sure your application is good with accessibility. And there's like a lot of documentations and blog posts about the web accessibility, but for Qt there's not that much. Yeah. So future, yeah, I mean, like we should continue working on accessibility. It would be great, like if more people join. Like we wanted to organize a sprint next year with the other goals, and like for me, like personally, like what I want to do more is what more blog posts, like do more community outreach to make more people aware in the community of to improve accessibility, like also writing documentations and stuff like that. I unfortunately didn't really have a lot of time. Like it's always like I have like many projects aside from accessibility in KDE, and so it's great like if more people would join and help with that. No. Need a bit substantiation. Let me go back. Yeah, so how can you help like test your applications, like install Orca and try to use the application with Orca and see how well it works. Yeah, writing documentation is important to like document the best practices for Qt or for KDE software in general. Spread the word, like it would be like if someone could help me like write blog posts and stuff like that about the current progress of the community would be really helpful. And like also the tooling, like I think Volker worked a few years ago on Gamma Ray Accessibility Inspector. It would be great to revive this effort to be able to like also inspect the accessibility state in Gamma Ray as well as the other state, the visual state, and everything. Yeah, like if you want to join, there's a KDE Accessibility channel and Matrix. It's also available on ESC. And we have it both on Thursday at noon. And yeah, join our sprint. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Kara. And that brings us to the third and final goal of sustainability with Joseph. Let's see, presentation. Where? There you go. Please, Joseph.
Apologies for breaking the aesthetics. I tried to convert the template to LaTeX, but wasn't successful. I'm actually Cornelius Schumacher. He's the champion of this goal. I'm here pretending to be him, so the usual disclaimer applies. Any errors are my own, not Cornelius's. Yeah, I'm going to present about the sustainable software goal, which is part of this sort of larger KDE Eco initiative, which started a couple of years ago. If you would like, the slides are available to download at the Sustainable Software Gold repository on Invent. I'll come back to this at the end if you want, or if you have time now to scan it. And I'm going to go over just a couple of the things that have happened since the goal has been adopted and voted for in October last year. One of the things is the publication of the KDE Eco Handbook. This was the culmination of the work done in the Blaue Engel for FOSS project, which ended in March. But it also coincides with the Sustainable Software Goal, and a lot of the topics addressed here are directly relevant for what the goal has. So the handbook, if you haven't seen it yet, is broken up into 3 parts currently. The first part is meant for a general audience about why is this important, how does software influence resource and energy consumption. The second part is about the Blue Angel eco-certification criteria and how they align with free and open source software. And the third part is how do you fulfill the criteria, with detailed instructions about measuring software, following the guidelines in the Blue Angel criteria, and then fulfilling the other criteria in it. That's the first iteration. We want to continue expanding it, and I'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. As many of you, I'm sure, know, Ocular was eco-certified last year. With the Blue Angel, currently it's the only software that's certified as resource and energy efficient. That eco-certification has opened up many new channels to KDE to present the work that we are doing. One of them, for example, is in December at the Open UK Awards in the House of Lords in London. This was an event organized by the Open UK Advocacy Group, which advocates for open tech. The host of the event was Francis Maud, who's a member of the House of Lords, and he's the minister who a decade ago created the gov.uk website, which provides information about open data, open formats, and policies regarding that. A co-host was KDE's own Jonathan Riddell, and he was there to also present what KDE is doing in the KDE Eco project. So yeah, really big channels have opened up to us in this regard. Another one was Cornelius, who presented at the Green Party event on green digitization, Nachhaltig by Design. This was an event that featured many prominent people, like Cory Doctorow gave a speech, Germany's Vice Chancellor, Robert Habeck, and Cornelius participated as an expert, given the Blue Angel certification of Ocular, in the Right to Repair workshop that was organized. And this event and this post was a very popular post. It was featured in Hacker News, and it was there's a huge spike in the views in the KDE Eco project website after this. So it garnered a lot of attention. And another project, or several projects, not just from KDE Eco, but from the season of KDE in general, was reported on in HEISA DE, which is a big publication for tech news in Germany. It featured all of the season of KDE projects, but the Eco ones were particularly prominent. This year we had 3 projects working on sustainability issues. One was this tool that was designed by Emmanuel Charu, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, called KDE Eco Test, and this tool is designed to make usage scenario scripting easy and robust. So the existing tools that there are have various issues, and this is trying to make it so that the process is simple, like some of the tools, but more robust because it's not based on pixel locations for the emulation, but rather working on command line triggering of actions when you're trying to emulate user behavior. This tool was quite limited, and it's now been expanded to have many more features from Mohammed Ibrahim. We had another project which was looking at the documentation for Ocular, trying to extend it to Kate in particular, and that was from Rudraksh Karp. And then, as has been mentioned now by both the other goals, the Selenium testing. Just a small correction, I wasn't actually working on the gcomp testing, it was Nitin who did excellent work using Selenium to emulate user behavior for gcomp. And as Emmanuel wrote in a blog post, this is a project that actually hits all three goals. Nate has already talked about automation. Carl has already talked about accessibility. It's also used for usage scenario scripting to emulate user behavior so that we can have reproducible energy consumption results for software. Right now, there's a project going on in Google Summer of Code, which is trying to make the lab that we set up last year in KDE Berlin to measure the energy consumption of software accessible remotely. So all this outreach is great, but the actual reason we're doing this is because we want to measure energy consumption of software and drive it down when we can. And this remotely accessible lab will make that much more easy to do. So the idea here in the lab is that, so the lab is set up with hardware, dedicated hardware for measuring the energy consumption of software, a power meter, an external power meter that's just measuring all of the energy draw when using the computer, and then it's then aggregated onto another computer which collects the results, and then you can analyze them. And the idea is to set up a interface through the GitLab CI so that you can upload your code and then tell it you want to do this test. It will then send the commands to the lab in KDE Berlin, run your scripts, give you the results in a usable format, and then give it back to you so that you can see the energy consumption of your software. And if you're interested in eco-certifying it, this would also be one of the criteria for eco-certification. So we're trying to make this automated and easy and accessible to everyone. This is just a bit more details about it. So the software will be installed as a Flatpak bundle, and then that's then run on the hardware at the lab, and then this is then analyzed. Just another thing that we're working on is an awesome list for sustainable software. This is again at the Sustainable Software repository. There's a great list of resources related to general green coding, best practices, as well as how do you measure software, what tools exist, etc. So check that out. If you have some resources that you want to contribute to it, please do so. There's several talks that are taking place today, tomorrow, and next week related to the sustainable software goal. So one is right after this. Volker is going to present about measuring the energy consumption of software. Tomorrow, Harold is going to present Selenium GUI testing, which is relevant for all of the goals. And Monday, we're going to have a BOF for measuring software. So come by if you are interested in the process of how to measure your software. There are many related talks. These are just a couple that stood out for me. So on Saturday, there's the Flatpak and KDE from Albert. As you saw, Flatpak is part of the remote Ecolab process. Documentation, that's also come up several times, and this is maybe not obvious how it relates to sustainability. Maybe it is, I'm not sure. If we want to achieve a sustainable circular economy for software and also hardware, we need documentation for repair and reuse of software, right? This is the sustainable angle on that. We can't use the software long-term and keep hardware in use long-term if we don't know if we don't have the documentation for how to use it and repair it, and et cetera. Another topic that I just thought might be interesting to think about in terms of sustainability, the KDE embedded. Embedded systems are not the systems that were targeted by the Blue Angel certification. The Blue Angel is trying to address the issue where hardware is getting more and more powerful and software is becoming less and less efficient because of it. It lets us get lazy. Embedded systems are the exact opposite. You have a limited amount of computing power and you have to optimize to fit that. And it has, I'm sure, many overlapping topics of the sustainability efficiency side in terms of optimization. So I just thought I'd point that out. And then there's another talk which is looking at incorporating green energy information from solar panels directly into KDE Plasma, which is all happening in the next 2 days. So what are the things that we have on our to-do list? So as part of the Selenium Season of KDE project, Nitin wrote a guide which we want to add to the KDE Eco Handbook as the next chapter. We need people to test the guide to see what needs to be included or removed or what's accurate or inaccurate. So if you have a chance and you're interested in checking out Selenium GUI testing, maybe check out the guide and see how it works for you and give us some feedback on it. Another idea we've had for a while now is this idea of a KDE Eco badge. So Eco certification is nice, it's third party, independent of KDE, but we can also do something that's internal and define certain criteria that we say this is important for KDE software. And if you fulfill these criteria, you get a little badge that says, you're fulfilling the sustainable software goals of KDE. If you're interested in working on this, please be in touch. We've already started taking some steps towards an Eco tab that would be included in KDE software. So you have the About Contributors tabs, and then we'd add an Eco tab, which would then highlight aspects of that software which are sustainable, from things like Eco certification, but also links to documentation, source code. If there are measurement data that aren't part of a certification process, you can still link to it, and that's relevant for sustainability issues. If you're interested in working on that, please be in touch. If you have other ideas, you're more than welcome to join. We have monthly meetups every second Wednesday. And then there is a matrix room and several other things which I forgot to put in the slides, and you can find that information at eco.kde.org. It's quite easy to find. And then regarding the sort of general unifying aspect of having goals, one of the ideas that came up when discussing the presentations here was having maybe crossover presentations in the different groups. So we have this monthly meetup, and we like to invite people who are working on accessibility or working on automation to come into our meetup and maybe discuss ways that it overlaps with what we're doing in the sustainability. So if you're interested in that, or if the champions are interested in that, maybe that's something we could talk about. There's already been mentioned a joint sprint next year. Any other ideas we can discuss in the panel, and I believe that's it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have quite some time for questions, either about any of the specific goals or the goal process as a whole. And I believe Aid will be the mic runner, and
I will run around. Questions?
I don't know if this is too detailed or not able to be answered, but how hard was to get Ocular to get the certification? Did something needed to be changed? Was it many changes? Was it difficult? Yes. How was that experience like to get to that level?
So the most labor-intensive aspect of it is the usage scenario scripting and the measurement process, which if you're going to start adopting Selenium, you're already taking care of a big chunk of that work, and as well as accessibility and automation. So we can incorporate maybe some of that work into the general development process. And then the measurement is just a matter of having the access to a suitable lab for fulfillment. Everything else is just documentation. Free and open source software is recognized as being a more sustainable approach to digitization, given various aspects of the way it allows users to have more autonomy about how the software is used, which can influence energy consumption, removing vendor dependencies so that you can continue to support hardware over a longer time, et cetera, et cetera. These are all things I think we take for granted and have, this is obvious, but this is putting it in terms of a sustainability angle. And that part of the criteria are actually just documentation, just showing how you fulfill these criteria. So, thank you.
Thank you. This is a hybrid conference. We have questions from online, and Neophytos is going to be the voice of online. Here you go.
Actually, there was Alan asking a question about the lab and how do we make sure to be able to compare over time the power consumption of our software if the material used there changes. And I see Cornelius stepped up and is answering it, so I don't know if, Joseph, you want to add anything to that? Or?
So the question was, how do we make the results usable over time so that we can compare?
Yes. As the hardware changes, what do you do to keep it up to date, to keep the measurements up to date? Yeah.
So right now in the lab we have a few different computers, one of which is the recommended hardware for the Blue Angel certification, then we have some others. One of the goals, the moonshot goals, is to have several options of hardware where you can say, I want to test it on this hardware, which might be a little bit older, or I want to test it on more recent hardware. But I think the answer to that is documentation of which hardware was used so that you have a maximally similar environment if you were to retest and want to compare the results directly with the test that you did previously.
Great, thank you, Joseph. And then there's another one for Nate. It says, wasn't there a prior effort at an icon design pipeline called Icona? What happened to that?
That's a good question. Icona was a standalone app that would have definitely helped for the icon design pipeline proposal. This was an app that would be used to preview an icon that had already been made in various environments against various backgrounds. The idea that I was bringing up on that slide was more to aid the process of creating the icons in the first place, which right now is quite an error-prone process and requires understanding of the details of how XML inside SVG files works. So I think there's definitely some work that can be done at the end to verify the end result, but I also think it's important that we make the process of getting there so that there is an end result a little bit easier.
Hi, I have a question about the KDE for the measurement process of the application. I can imagine that you somehow need to make sure that no other software installed on the test device interferes with the actual measurement of the application that you're testing. How do you approach this?
So right now it's just very simply turning off anything that could interfere when you're measuring. We have discussed ways to have record a state that the software was in when you start the first measurement and then putting it back to that state for each measurement so that you have maximally similar environment. Also, as each measurement goes, you're going to be changing the system a little bit. Right now, the way we're dealing with that is just removing the configuration files that might have been changed and any files that may have been produced during the measurement so that it gets back to a maximally similar state. But that is an area that we certainly could look at later once we get everything set up and the first step is achieved, and then we can start thinking about how we can improve that process.
So I have one more question regarding the measurement lab. Like, do you have plan to add support for mobile devices? Because like Plasma Mobile is one of the things we support, and like that's where actually the energy efficiency is more useful, because like you don't want your mobile devices battery to drain completely. So do you have plan to support mobile devices?
Short answer, no. I mean, so right now, it's not what we're working on right now, but the Blue Angel certification is extending their criteria to include mobile apps and client-server systems, and they might have some tooling there that could be useful for measuring mobile apps. At the moment, I don't know how we would do that in our lab with the setup that we have. So.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Carl. You mentioned that accessibility is also very important if you want public institutions to select your software. Do they have some requirements, like you have to have a certificate maybe, or do they do their own testing, or is it just we tell them we made sure our software is accessible?
I think it depends. I mean, like for the web, there's like the standard VCAG standard. There's like multiple levels, and usually institutions want to level AA at least. And then there's some companies who do certification for that. I was involved in the past with Nextcloud. We did that with Nextcloud. And yeah. I mean, it's usually like a really certification, like you need to.
Hi, I have a question to Carl. How's the status of the accessibility in the Wayland environment?
Can you repeat?
How's the status of the accessibility in the Wayland environment?
I mean, Orca works on Wayland. I'm using Wayland full time, and I could use Orca, and it's working. But I think there's still like a few stuff that would be better to improve. But I'm not that familiar with that area.
We've sort of got an answer here.
So there are definitely some things that don't quite work properly accessibility-wise in a Wayland session. A lot of the keyboard-related accessibility features like sticky keys, slow keys, that kind of stuff, that's used to be implemented by the X server, but on Wayland that's not a thing anymore. So we get to implement that ourselves in Quinn, and a lot of that is missing. I've recently worked on some of that, but it will take a few more patches to get it on parity with X there.
I like this setup where we get answers from the audience. So maybe the panel has a question for...
Do any of you have ideas how to measure mobile systems in a lab?
We got an answer.
Yeah, we built a custom, so we hacked an Android device so that we removed the battery, and we basically built a fake battery which is connected to the power, and that's how we're actually using the power consumption. So like it's on battery, because of course most of the Android devices cheat when they're on battery. They remove some power features or add them. We had the issue, for example, for VLC where we were higher priority when we were plugged on an actual plug. So that's how we did it. And so this device is, then we have a RS-232 to just read the timings. It's a mess.
Let's talk anyway at some point.
To add to that answer, ARM Corp Incorporated has like these giant labs of hooked up devices with relays to reset them, and there's hardware setups for that. Other questions or answers?
So I'm not directly involved, but Collabora runs a Lava lab to do a bunch of the tests for Chromebooks and Android. So they may have some, there's definitely some ways to use Lava to do that kind of thing.
Let's talk.
So next up we want
So again, from the internet, regarding eco certification, there's a question, is there an ongoing measurement that is taken each time the software is released to ensure there are no regressions or minimal regressions in power usage over time?
So let me just make sure I understood. So is there an ongoing measurement process so that we can then see if it's improving or getting
yeah,
worse?
the way I understand it.
That's the idea.
After you get the certificate, is there something ongoing to measure?
For the certification, you need to measure it regularly. The exact details of that are a bit in a gray area. But yes, you're supposed to measure it regularly. And right now, our approach is that we want to measure major releases, but first we want to get the lab set up for easy accessibility. So once we have that, then the idea would be then for major releases to have regular measurements. And that's required for the eco-certification as well.
Okay, thanks.
And maybe, sorry, just one more thing to add to that. The eco-certification requires that it doesn't increase, the energy consumption doesn't increase by over 10% during the time of certification from when it was certified. So there are requirements on staying within a limit.
So that means we could lose the certification at some point, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to be careful.
Yes.
Can't get more than 10% worse.
So we got 10% worseness to play with. Okay. Make the world a better place with your question.
It's just a small follow-up question. Like, do we need to redo the entire certification process in case we lose it? Or do we just need to go under the threshold of 10% and get the certification again?
Good question. I don't know.
Hopefully we don't find out.
But you're in motivating me to find out. So I'll see if I can find that information.
So my question would be, do you do tests on a certain device whether using Plasma and KDE software extends the life cycle of, for example, in an organization, are there some tests to show how much e-waste can you not have if you use Plasma than if you use Apple devices or Windows devices?
No. The requirements of the certification, you have to state the minimum system requirements and demonstrate that it can run on hardware that's at least 5 years old, which I think is way too low. One of the things that I have in mind that I would like to work on at some point is a campaign on e-waste reduction with free software. And I think gathering data about hardware that is no longer supported by the 2 major vendors and can still run free software and getting some documentation of that would give us at least some idea of which devices, if not the numbers of how many, which devices would otherwise end up in the landfill but can remain in use because of free software.
So if I could add something to that answer, something a little bit more on the concrete side. In the town where my parents live, my mother is involved in a community organization that is actually doing exactly that right now. They currently have 80 desktop computers that are over 15 years old that would have become e-waste recently and are instead being loaded with Kubuntu and used to teach computer classes and given away to low-income students. So there's a specific example of how using eco-friendly software can directly prevent e-waste.
Mine was instead to jump again on the accessibility topic. I just remembered another partial answer to how is the accessibility status on Wayland. Another thing specifically to Orca, the actual screen reader part just works for the most part. One thing of Orca that doesn't work at the moment, I think, unless was fixed recently, but I don't think, is that it has a feature that can do something like putting a rectangle over the button that is now reading. that at the moment cannot work on Wayland for the absolute positioning stuff. And there isn't a clear solution yet. I guess the final solution will involve somewhat, as usual, a new protocol, as every Wayland problem, but that will need to be thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, there's the same issue with Assessor, which is like the software where you can analyze the state of the accessibility of the program, and you can as well like show the word rectangle, and that doesn't work on Wayland.
Thank you. We've got time for one more question. You've already asked one. You're new.
I think we even can do two.
We can do two.
So this one's kind of for all of them, although it sounds like the eco guys are already doing it. As an app developer, is there plans to create like checklists of stuff that I can be doing to help to meet the accessibility goal, to meet the automation goal? It sounds like the eco guys are doing it with the handbook already.
That's also the idea of the badge, which is something we really should consider doing, setting up a sort of, if you fulfill these things, you reach, recognized within the community as reaching a certain sustainability goal. Yeah. But not yet. That's definitely something we should do.
I think it's a good idea too. All of the goals can probably benefit from this. There's a lot of overlap. If you do the Selenium GUI testing, you're basically doing all three at once. From the automation perspective, there's the obvious stuff like have a continuous integration system, do testing, make sure that your tests are passing, things like that.
I mean, for the accessibility, it's the same thing. Like, it's a good idea to have like maybe like a checklist. Like, yeah.
And the very last question.
Thank you. I heard you mention before that you have an energy budget of 10%. You could lose the certification if you go over it, you're not sure. Is it possible that this measurement and this process to certify this, is it scalable to be automated so that when you merge or when you do a new release, it's like part of GitLab? And how scalable it is for it to be part of the release process, both of Ocular and other Plasma applications?
So how can we integrate it into the development process?
Yes.
So that's the idea of this CI runner that we can have. Then if we want to measure, you can then simply make your merge and then test in the lab. That's sort of the goal with that.
Do you think that it's something that is going to, I'm going to merge something, and is it going to, I'm going to wait like 5 hours to get the answer? Like, how's the...
Yes, but we can probably talk about that. I mean, this is something that maybe actually if other people who are involved have ideas, but we can certainly design it to fit our needs. If you want to do eco certification, you need a certain number of measurement runs to have a statistically relevant measurement. But if it's just for a quick thumbs up, thumbs down kind of measurement, I'm sure there are ways to shorten that process. So we can talk about how to design it so that it fits our needs.
All right, then thank you very much. If you have more questions during lunch, these guys will be available to you. Thank you so much.
But it's not lunchtime yet. We're splitting into 2 rooms. Volker, I think, is in here. Volker is here. But Volker is also here. In the next slot, there's Ingo, I think, on the other side. And I would like to remind everyone that if you are interested, Qt is hiring, and you can talk to them at their stand outside.
Ich kann auch hier stehen bleiben, ist wahrscheinlich für Kamera eh besser, ne?
Yeah. This is the angle between Lydia and Volker.
Yeah, I noticed 2 days ago or so.
10 minutes ago, signed Joe all up. I trust you.
I'll try to get it in 25 minutes or so. And the previous slot fortunately covered quite some material already, so I have some option to accelerate.
All right. Everyone who successfully arrived at the conference did so thanks to K-Itinerary, which is not the topic of this talk. So we're going to talk about energy consumption instead. Volker.
Thank you. So, yes, following a bit on the previous session, how can we actually measure the energy consumption of the stuff we built? To get started, why do we care about this? Yes, multiple reasons. There is, for example, the battery use on battery-powered devices, so the mobile case that we discussed earlier, right? So if you use less energy there, the battery lasts longer, clear, tangible benefit for the user. Another thing is performance, right? All the electrical energy we put into a device comes out as heat again. If it doesn't come out quickly enough, the device throttles down. So if you put less energy in, that happens less often, we get more performance out. And then, of course, the climate impact of energy use. On that subject, I can recommend you to watch some of Joseph's talks if you haven't done so already. He has some actual numbers in there. I think the IT impact is in the same order of magnitude as transportation and aviation combined. So that is a lot. And worse, it's rapidly growing, right? So there's definitely something we need to do about that. How does software impact the actual energy use? So how can we change this? There's, of course, the obvious thing, right? Every instruction the software sends to hardware requires energy to be executed on any kind of hardware. But there's also less obvious things beyond that. For example, power management settings, right? So if there is hardware that you currently don't use, that can be switched off. A lot of this is transparent to our level of software, right? That happens somewhere on a kernel or driver level. But in some cases, that also benefits massively from more context. Say, for example, you can switch off the display backlight much more aggressively on a lock screen, while compared to when you're watching a video, right, then you probably shouldn't do it at all. So we can also provide useful impact on that level. Somewhat related to that, the idle behavior of software, right? So what does the software actually do when it's supposed to do nothing? More often than not, it's actually not doing nothing, but it's continuously looking if there's more stuff to do. And that means the hardware actually wakes up, checks if there's stuff to do. And that means we don't get to the highest power save states and again, waste energy there. I mean, realistically, we are going to talk about very small quantities here. So is this even worth the effort? But even small quantities matter here, right? If you reduce the idle consumption by half a watt on a modern laptop, that can translate to 10% more battery, right? Which might be an hour extra. So that matters. And there's more effects that support this. Some of the effects in there aren't linear, right? So especially towards the extreme in the both in the like high performance part as well as in the idle area. Even smaller changes can have a disproportional impact. And then there's the scaling effect, right? That's again something you might know from Joseph's talks. He has some actual numbers in there. Because this is not a one-time local optimization, right? It multiplies over time and it multiplies by number of users. And I'm not sure if I remember the numbers correctly, but I think within like reasonable, like our level of distribution and scale, I think you got up to like the energy use of a small city within a year, right? So that is actually a sizable quantity, and that is our level of scale, right? If we think about browser engines or something like that, that is a completely different level. The flip side of that, however, is if we make mistakes, right? They are also going to be quite costly. So, okay, this is important, this matters, we can make a difference. How are we going to do, or how are we actually going to optimize our software? And like with any other optimization as well, the first step is we actually need to understand what the software does. Because what the software is supposed to be doing, what we think it does, and what it actually does, more often than not, are three different things. So we actually need to have a look on what's going on. On Linux, our go-to tool for that is the perf profiler. Right, so we run perf record with the application that we want to measure, perform some usual operations in that. We get the profile file out, open that in Hotspot and look at the details. We're going to see a few screenshots in a minute. That works for looking at a specific application. For the idle behavior, we want to see the full system view, so there we need a specialized tool, something like PowerTalk that gives us the overview for that. And this is the result we get in this case, right? So this is a flame graph view. On the horizontal axis, we have cost, or in this case, like time spent on CPU. And vertically, we have the call graph, so you can dive into various parts of the application and see what's going on there. Now, seeing stuff in there doesn't automatically imply that it's bad, right? This is something where you look for things that shouldn't be there, things that are surprisingly more expensive than what you would expect, right? So that is the interesting things to look at. Another useful view in there is the timeline view. So each row in there is one thread. Horizontally is then the time, right? And every orange marker in there is activity on that thread over time. And as we would expect, right, during startup, you see quite some activity, and then towards the end, the application sits idle, and we would expect to not see any activity. But there's at least 2 threads where there's still something going on. And again, that would be something to look at because, right, we expect the applications to not do anything at that point in time. So what's going on there? In Hotspot, you can basically select that area of interest and filter on that, and then you get the flame graph for just that particular area. And then again, maybe it turns out that is necessary, or it turns out that this is something that shouldn't be there. This is the output of PowerTop. That is just a table you get on the terminal, list of processes sorted by the amount of wake-ups they cause per second. Same thing here, right? This will never be empty and zero. There's always activity going on. It's about finding that activity that is avoidable, unnecessary, or could be done cheaper. Right? So you will see Quinn updating the screen because PowerTop printed the output you are looking at, so that required a screen output. But one example that we had recently in there was a Kate background window showing up with 30 wake-ups per second. That turned out to be an animation timer that wasn't switched off while being in the background, right? So that is the stuff to look for. So once we have identified things that we can optimize, how are we going to do that? If you're lucky, right, you find something where you can just do less. Right, that is always strictly better, but those cases tend to be rare, right? Usually it's more about making a different type of trade-off. So let's take an example, right? You have some expensive computation. You do this twice and only use the result of the second run, right? Then you just don't do the first one, easy. So let's assume you use the result in both times. Then one possible optimization would be you just store the result somewhere, right? So if the result is an 8-byte number, that is most likely always going to be a good trade-off. If storing the result means 100 megabyte of I/O, right, then yeah, I'm not so sure anymore. So we need a way to qualify those trade-offs, right? So is that really better? And this is somewhat complicated because it can also quite easily depend on the specific hardware. So if we optimize for making the software faster, right, we usually do this by measuring the time it takes until it's done. So if we optimize for energy, that's the point where we then actually need to really measure the energy use. And that is really the only viable approach there. A lot of this stuff, as I said earlier, doesn't really behave linearly. So don't really trust your intuition, measure this, and then decide which one is better. So how do we actually measure this then? I'll focus here on stuff that you can practically do at home. So anything that requires special equipment or equipment with price on request price tags, right, that is out of scope. So if you're coming from an electrical engineering background, some of this might look weird, but that's the stuff we found for home use so far. So in terms of where can we actually measure, The first option is basically the AC side, so the power plug. That has the advantage, right, that you really capture everything that goes in. You don't miss anything. It is a bit of a problem for battery-powered devices, right? So when we talk about measuring on mobile, because you might also see the battery charging, or the battery might hide some of the use by buffering that away. So yeah, ideally you just manage to remove the battery entirely. Yeah, and then there's the small problem with safety, right? So AC power kind of is deadly. So if we can avoid that, let's look for other options. The secondary side, so basically the other end of your power supply, with the rise of USB-C, unfortunately, that is usually not practical anymore because you need specialized equipment to measure on USB-C. And on your workstation, it's even worse, right? You know this giant power cable that comes out of the power supply. In theory, possible, but not practical. Or at least not practical for what we are looking at here. Which leaves then the third option, and that is built-in sensors. Those are particularly widespread on, I think, standard Intel hardware and some of the AMD hardware as well. So pretty much anything sold in the last decade will have some built-in sensors. On battery management systems, you usually also have them, but they might be tricky to get access to. Right? If you have them, they might actually be a very viable option to measure on mobile. Because the big downside of those sensors is they only capture a partial view, right? So if you have a sensor only measuring the CPU consumption, anything else happening on the system will be missed. For the battery management sensors, that is less of a problem because that really captures most of what's going on. Those sensors also tend to be extremely precise, to the point of being like a viable side channel attack vector. And well, on the other hand, you're kind of measuring your measurement with this, right? So if you have like a compute-heavy workload, the measurement might drown in the cost. But if you're measuring an idle scenario, right, the measurement itself might be the most costly thing running at that point in time. So that is something to keep in mind. So I think that part we have to skip because that slot turned out to be only 30 minutes instead of 40 minutes. So let's get to some practical devices you can use for this. We start with stuff I wouldn't recommend you get, but stuff you might find around, and that is still better than nothing, maybe. So the thing on the left is usually something you find in a hardware store, sold for as an energy monitor or something like that, for relatively cheap. Those devices aren't machine readable, which means they give you an update rate of more towards a minute than a second, which is very, very, very too long. But if you manage to stretch your measurement sufficiently long, right, that might still be good enough to, say, verify if the power management setting actually had an effect. The other type of device is like server management power strips with remote switchable sockets. Those sometimes also have power management sensors and they are Ethernet connected, so machine readable, update once a second, so that's already much better. Just the price point is usually unreasonable for what you can get out of those devices. If you have that, right, it gets the job done. More attractive is something like this. This is like a very cheap Wi-Fi power plug sold in a smart home context. Those also have a power sensor built in. And there is a free software firmware called Tasmota that works on those devices. So you can get rid of all the cloud nonsense and get high resolution access to the sensors. It's however not really built for our purpose, but we managed to get like 5 samples a second out of this with some MQTT polling hacks. If there was somebody interested in like C microcontroller programming, I'm pretty sure the hardware is capable of much more, and we could get much better results if we wouldn't have to abuse some MQTT protocol stuff for this, but got a steady stream with proper timestamps of the sensor values. So cheap and hackable, very compact. That is probably as good as it gets. Slightly more expensive, but actually built for the the purpose we actually want to do here. So really just for measurement is something like this, the Archeon Power Spy 2. That's something the Mozilla people pointed us to. One downside of that thing is it comes with an ancient Windows software, and we have only reverse engineered half of the protocol so far. So for live measurements, we can use it, but we don't get to all of the other features of that yet. And yeah, significantly more expensive than the other one. Something also interesting we got to work with during one of the sprints is a development board for the actual sensor chips. The sensor chips itself are super cheap, a few dollars a single piece price. So if you're into electrical engineering and building boards around that, this is great, right? And this had like a 1 kilohertz sampling rate over USB, so much more towards what we actually need and want. However, this is basically an open PCB running AC power through it, so okay-ish in a lab if you know what you're doing. Certainly not something you want at home on your desk with small kids around. So this is something we could get out of. I think this was done with one of those. So it's basically a plot over time for the energy use. You can see that this is rather noisy. That's not the fault of the sensor. The reason for that is in the slides I had to skip. It's massive undersampling on the high frequency of a switch mode power supply. That's why I'm so obsessed with higher sampling rates. But you still see some changes in that signal, right? So in the middle section between 100 and 150, you see that the signal overall is slightly elevated, and then there's of course the clear peak in the middle. And what was done there is that in that middle part, the mouse cursor was moved, and during that peak, it hovered over the taskbar and showed a tooltip. That is not meant to say that mouse moving is bad, but it shows how sensitive those sensors are. So right, we really see operations on that level in there, right, which is extremely useful if we want to verify if our changes had any effect. Then for the built-in sensors, as I mentioned, the most common one is I think the one from Intel, RAPL, running average power something. The way to access them on Linux is also via perf. With perf list, you can check which one of those are available on your system. If you have an Intel laptop, you most likely will find a few of those. There's usually cores, which is the compute part of the CPU, package, which is the whole CPU carrier with L3 caches and the I/O controllers and whatever else is on there. Sometimes you'll also find memory and GPU as separate sensors. Those can be read out with perfstat or with the pinpoint tool. I like the latter better because it gives a continuous dump on the measurements, which you then can feed into LabCloud or anything else to visualize this. Both tools, however, make it kind of look like you are measuring the energy consumption of a specific app or workload. That is not exactly what's happening there. Those sensors always measure the entire energy use of the system, right? So you can put in sleep 1000 as the workload and do something else, and you will measure that something else. Which is okay, you just need to know about that, right? And this is barely visible. This is then basically the result piped into lab plot. On the lower half, on the upper half is the CPU load. You can see that this is somewhat correlating, right? So if the CPU load goes up, the energy consumption goes up, so as we would expect. But you can also see like the peak in the middle where the energy consumption goes up much more than the CPU consumption goes up. And you see some peaks where the energy used by the memory goes up disproportionately. And so that is, of course, then the interesting bits, because there's something that behaves contrary to expectations or intuition, right? So again, this is mainly meant to show you the level of detail we can get out of this with the sensors. Right, then if you have access to neither of those, right, we can also measure in the cloud. The Summer of Code project from KRunner that Joseph had spoken about in more detail earlier. So the basic idea is the CI builds you a flat pack of your software, right? You have a test driver, a Selenium test driver for this. We run this via GitLab on the Blue Angel certification setup. It's run there several times to counter the noise and other stuff interfering, and then it applies some statistical magic to get rid of this, right? And then it produces a report with the results and plots and whatnot, so quite fancy. This takes too long to run it after every commit, but it's something you would run after major changes or before release to verify that we don't have regressions, right? Yeah, so how do we put all of this together, right? So the first step is just doing general profiling and optimization. That is always a good idea. You'd be surprised by what you find in there. It helps with making the software faster for the user, and it helps, like, usually at the same time also with reducing the energy use. If you are looking specifically for the energy use, the biggest impact, of course, is on long-running processes. And there's two things in there that are interesting, right? So there is continuous or frequent workloads. So for example, media playback probably has a higher impact than, say, opening the configuration dialog in Kate, right? Just because one usually runs over hours and the other one you do a few times a month. And then the idle behavior is the other thing to look at. System-wide, because every single wake-up counts, right? So whatever we can get rid of there is overall helping. And the other thing you probably saw from all this repurposed random other devices and weird command line hacks is the tooling is extremely basic. This is nowhere near what we are used to from for profiling for other goals, right? There is no, but you basically end up doing some manual polling on that device and piping that in a CSV file and opening that in as a live source in LabPlot and then trying to put things together. Right? There is a huge amount of stuff that could be done better and could be just also become more accessible for us as the users of it by not having to figure out each time how you put this again together. Yes, Joseph mentioned we have a prof on this on Monday, 10 o'clock. Yeah, anything related to the sustainability goal, I would say, but I have some of the measurement devices with me, so we can Yeah, play around with those, or you can try them if you want. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
We have about 5 minutes for questions, so questions, answers. Is this more of a comment than a question? It's a question.
In PowerTop, do you happen to know what that tick_sked_timer entry that's always at the top actually means?
I think that's some kernel thing, but I don't know more detail either.
There are things that you take kind of for granted if you're developing, like say moving things from CPU to GPU is always a good thing because it's good for better feeling. Is it still true for power? That's good or bad?
That's a very good question, right? I think it's on the slide, but I didn't talk about it. Solving the same problem with a different kind of hardware, that is exactly the point where you need to measure, because there is no documented best practice. It very much depends on the hardware usually, and it's often contrary to the intuition, right? There is some documented research from the HPC people, because for them this works at a completely different scale. And I think their GPU usually outperforms CPU. But for our use cases, I think it's always measured. It's simply not known what is better for very specific workloads.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you have any ideas how to do real-time measurements? Like, for example, you have an Android, you can see the power consumption of different applications. And do you know what do they do and how you can use this maybe on desktop?
That is a good question. I don't know exactly how they do that. This whole topic of attributing energy use to specific processes, I know that there's some research, right? We have been at some meetings with people looking into that. A lot of that is just proportional use of the CPU and then more or less guessing, right? So there is, to my knowledge, no way of measuring this with any kind of certainty, right? So it's just, on average, probably it correlates with amount of time spent on the CPU. And I somewhat guess that this is what Android does, right? It's probably close enough, just because of the big differences in there, and it doesn't really matter if it's a few % off. But like proper strict attribution, I don't think there is the means for that.
Hi, Volker. Here, two questions from our remote participants. One is, are cheap wall outlet meters without certifications safe to not burn down your house?
Those are sold as consumer devices with all the necessary certification. So they are generally safe, I would say. And we don't modify them, right? Those all are, the reason why also the more professional device has a Bluetooth interface rather than a cable interface is because it makes the safety easier, right? If you don't have a low voltage signal cable coming out of something that runs AC power, right, then you solve a whole lot of safety problems. So yeah, all of those have the CE certificates or whatever you need in your country. I don't want to take any guarantees on this is 100% safe, right? But this is like off-the-shelf standard hardware made for home use. So it should be as safe as it gets.
Thanks. And the second one, do we have a general guide with within KDE to know how to do a general profiling?
That is a good question. I don't think we have an single place go-to thing for like a profiling tutorial. But I think there is a lot of material out there, conference talks and other tutorials on that general subject, right? It might help if we collect that and point people there. At least that part is missing, yes.
And the last question, I think, will come from Heinz.
Hi. So this was a lot of talk about measuring usage on the CPU. Is there anything related for usage on the GPU?
From the built-in sensors, if you have an Intel CPU with GPU built in, that will also show up as a sensor. I think one of the lines in here, the blue one, is actually GPU. I'm not sure if you get the same level for dedicated graphics cards, right? So that depends on whether they give you access to the sensors they have. I'm not sure if we have that. But for the built-in embedded Intel GPUs, we get that, yes.
All right, thank you, Volker. Thank you, people asking questions. Thanks to the online participants. For the real-life participants here, it is lunchtime. So if you head out into the hall, you can talk to the cute stand, they're hiring, and you can talk to the sandwich people, they're feeding. chooses EV board reports.
The audience chooses not to be bold.
The audience chooses nothing. You are required to be here. It's great. There is a million reasons to choose the board. There is. Yeah. You can vote for us. So welcome back from lunch. This is going to be the report of the board, and I'm going to give this mic away to Ingo so that I can take a seat there.
Maybe you want to keep it and then we have 4 microphones?
No.
Good.
I'm not saying anything.
Let's share as if we were friends.
Feelings,
Not gonna
nothing
sing with
more
you.
than... No?
No. Not today. So let's do this, yeah? Well, thanks for joining. Now we're going to do the KDE board report. This is something that we used to do within the AGM, but then we realized that it was a good idea that everybody who also is not part of the KDE could join and see it. So that's why we're doing it here on the main program of Akademy. For those of you who are EV members and are scared of it, there will also be a version of this in the AGM for, like, I don't know, making sure that you get all of the information. Before we get started, let's do a super short introduction of ourselves. We can do it with the first slide if you want, so you can see our names. I'm going to start myself. My name is Alesh. I am the... Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. My name is Alesh.
I'll do this one.
Sure. I am from Barcelona, and I am the KDE president nowadays.
Hello. Hi, I'm Adrian. I'm a roving board member, I guess. And that's all. Lydia.
Hi, I'm Nate Graham. I'm another roving board member. I'm from the USA. I was just elected last year, and I'm happy to see all of you.
And hi, I'm Lydia. I'm on the board for quite some time, currently vice president. And we also would have Ike here, but for personal reasons, he unfortunately can't be here. So we will do this with the 4 of us.
Yeah. Well, hi, Ike, if you're watching us. Well, he knows everything we're going to say anyway. So, in this AGM, there's 3 of our roles that, and this year it's going to be Lydia's, Ike's as well, and mine. The 3 of us have announced that we're running again, but if any of you wants to join and fight us in a voting battle of democracy, you can do that. It will be very interesting and fun for all of us, I'm sure.
Cages will be provided if you want it to be a cage match.
Right.
Bludgeoning weapons only.
Yeah, more on the practical matters of the EV this year. We have 6 new members. We have 1 member less, one new member less than last year, but a good bunch of new members less than a couple of years ago. Well, if you know somebody who is doing good KDE work and think would be a good fit, remember to invite them. It's always a good idea. But for now, let's thank, I wanted to say the name. Well, Raju, Neil, Gompa, Justin, Felix, Natalie, and Simon. Thanks for joining the KDE this year. About that one, something I wanted to mention. Also, big thanks to Adrian, who has been working on new software for managing our members. This has been a big topic in the past, and we hope that with the new work now, it's going to be amazing. Thank you. Yep. Oh, the button got pressed. Spoilers! No. The button gets stuck. Well, it's the next button. It has like 2 buttons, this thing. Okay, yeah, that's good. One of the big tasks we do, besides of you EV members, is having like individual supporting members who, part of what they do is donating. There's been like big changes on how donations happen. The individual supporting members are still on the previous system, and they're being migrated into new fun ways of doing their stuff. But we also started using over the recent years GitHub, and more recently even DonorBox, and that's also ways that people are starting to do this individual supporting process. Yeah, just the one. Yes. So those were the individual, being like individual people who do it for their own sake. These are organizations that participate, obviously in a kind of different amount. We've had a good number of new ones for the last year, and thank you very much to the three of them, being Kubuntu Focus, G10, and Ambition, but not to diminish the rest. The Systems, Google, SUSE, the Kit Company, Canonical, Slimbook, and Tuxedo. All of them are KDE patrons, being organizations that are part of the KDE, and they take part on other spaces like the advisory board for most of them who will get there. Also, we got a new supporter, which is Anioka. Anioka, actually, it's one of the minus two. They moved from patron to supporter. No?
It went to
this one? And this one.
The advisory board. So the advisory board is a way for organizations to have a say with KDE, not a say in KDE. They're not steering, but it's good to have that conversation in somewhat private to help those organizations understand where we are going, and those organizations can say something about where they would like us to go, what their interests are. The advisory board consists of both sponsors, patrons, such as Blue Systems and Canonical, organizations that make heavy use of KDE software, the City of Munich, and other interested organizations. So these are people that we talk with some regularity. There's advisory board calls where we can hear each other out on what is interesting. So we'd like to thank Blue Systems, Canonical, the City of Munich, Debian, FOSS-NIDA, the Free Software Foundation, the Free Software Foundation Europe, Open UK, you saw pictures of Tuxedo, and our new advisory board members, Kubuntu Focus, G10 Code, and Ambition. So that's the advisory board. Besides the advisory board being Besides the advisory board being the place where we can talk to our supporting organizations, we also have other friends, partners, and affiliations. This is ongoing collaboration, sometimes because it's technical, sometimes because we've shared an office or we just feel like doing cool stuff together. So Lix and the Qt Project and Verein Randa meetings are our friends that do cool stuff. KDE Spain is the local organization in Catalonia and Spain, and they have a Akademy ES, a similar kind of event as to what we're having here. We're partners with GNOME, of course, to organize the Linux Application Summit. That's once a year get together to talk about applications going out there. The Chaos, we are part of the Application Ecosystem Working Group. Neophytos is one of our friends there. Affiliated with the Free Software Foundation Europe, the Open Source Initiative, and the Open Invention Network. Those are free software promoting organizations, and the Open UK that do things like patent protection, licensing, innovation. KDE EV is, as an organization, also a member of a number of things, the OSI, the OIN, OASIS, and the Document Foundation. That means that we have our little say in how standards are built. We have a little say in patent protection for the Linux ecosystem, and that's all very useful. So that's the way we're involved in the larger ecosystem around us. No. Let's switch to a smaller view. KDE EV is no longer a purely volunteer organization. We're really happy to have a bunch of contractors and employees that help us achieve the goals of the EV. And the goals of the EV are to support you, all of you, in getting cool KDE stuff done. So first and foremost, we should mention Petra, who does all the things. We will go through. We'll go through these in more detail briefly, but I'd also like to mention Joseph, Annika, Paul, Adam, Dina, Thiago, Ingo, Natalie, and Nicholas. And I will tell you all about them in the next slide.
All right. So Petra, I'm sure many of you have come across. She's incredible support for the board, maintaining our office, making sure that you get your reimbursements, that our paperwork is in order, all these things. Really important for DV to run. Similarly, Dina, you might have come across her. Amazing help in making sure this Academy runs together with the local team and the rest of the Academy team, as well as the Linux App Summit. We couldn't do this without her support. Then we have Adam, who is supporting everything around the goals, making sure that the gold champions have what they need, that they can meet every now and then and discuss. And the same thing for the Academy team, supporting meetings and so on. If you at some point need project coordination support, let me know and we can figure it out. Which brings I'm sorry. Which brings us to Lana and Joseph, who have joined us for the KDE Eco program. They have done amazing work in making sure that KDE is taking part in the Flower Engel project, that all the paperwork gets done, that all the community outreach gets done, that we get the Eco certificate, and so on. The funding for that has by now ended, and we're looking for new funding. Lana, unfortunately, left us due to the end of the project, but we hope to work with her again in the future. And Joseph has been focusing more on community topics, which he will talk about in a talk later today or tomorrow, I'm not sure. You should join it.
I think we skipped one.
Yes, we did.
A few.
Yes.
All right, next up on our list of contractors, we have Paul and Annika, our marketing team. Paul and Annika they're sitting right over there. Paul and Annika have been responsible for helping to improve KDE's presence around the world, make sure everybody knows about us. This year has been quite a busy year. They have been doing a lot of work around the fundraisers and communications regarding that. The KDE network is a topic that has seen a lot of work as well to make sure that people are organized around the world. They have also helped a lot creating content for external events and helping to promote those. They've been updating KDE's presence in social media, making sure that people who are still using proprietary networks and have not yet made the jump over to free alternatives know about us and are able to hear about KDE news. And they have also helped to create the for kids and for activists and for all sorts of other people pages that you can find on kde.org/for. These are really cool pages. And finally, they also help out with release notes and release announcements for our big releases, especially Plasma and KDE Gear. So a lot of work. And next up, we have our newest contractor, Natalie, who is our hardware integrator. She has started just very recently. She's been working to improve the user experience in Plasma on devices like the types that are shipped by many of our partners. We have a lot of partners and supporters these days who actually sell hardware, which is a really exciting topic and something that's very near and dear to my heart. It's something that I like to see. And so Natalie is helping to make sure that this hardware works better with our software. She started with Power Devil and general power management topics, which are always very important, especially for devices with batteries. This also is a part of the KDE Eco initiative, so there's some cross-pollination going on there. And we're going to be seeing a lot more from Natalie soon.
Ingo, we did announce last year that he was the first of the Make a Living positions we created, including Natalie and then Nico that we were going to talk about later. And, well, Tiago, I think that we also put in that bucket at some point. Ingo, he has been working on bringing or making it easier for all of you to like ship your applications in different platforms. There's been good progress on Windows Store and on Android so far. We're starting to see how to finalize that. We're gonna have a POF, right, Dingo, over the week. Actually, yeah, right, Dingo, because it's on the slides. Well, be there if you have an application that you want to see shipped, and reach out to Ingo if there's something that you think that could be done at like a KDE level to have you do that. But it's very important for us that your applications get out there and hopefully like help fundraise somehow and become part of this healthy cycle of our happier users making KDE bigger, right? And Nicolas, he started, say hi. Started this year around February, and we've been working. So the idea for this position is to be working on the different aspects of our software that are shared and that help all of you to like work and create your KDE software. At the moment, this has mostly meant to help with the port and everything to the 6s, the Qt 6 and Framework 6 and Plasma 6 and everything is 6 now. So that's what we've been doing so far. Yeah, 666. That's what we've been doing so far. We'll see what the future is gonna bring us soon.
And the last of our Make a Living contractors is Tiago. Tiago picked up the long-running documentation improvement project. We spent some time a long time ago examining what does our documentation need to be really world-class. Tiago has been picking up individual topics each that last a month or two to improve. So he's improved the Kirigami documentation, has been annoyed at kconfig, haven't we all? So he's available for writing and general documentation review. Feel free to reach out to him if you have documentation needs. That's it for the contractors, and we will move on to events. Because KDE EV supports, contractors, pays for contractors to improve the KDE software, but also helps with events. Because events are great because it means you can actually look people in the eye and make funny gestures at them.
Yell at them in person to fix your bugs.
Yeah. Yeah, see, where
In a
else
friendly way.
Yeah, where else would you
Always
get
a friendly
Kevin to
way.
stick out his tongue at you? So we're really glad to have all of you here at Akademy. Akademy is our yearly, our biggest, our farthest flung event. Big thank you to the sponsors who make this happen. One of the topics each year at Akademy is where's the next one going to be? So if you feel the urge to organize it in Arnhem, then do so. Anywhere else in the world, given the temperatures here right now, I think we want the next one to be in Norway in November.
Yes.
But that's up to you. Feel free to organize a new one. We don't just do the big events, we also do, next slide please, sprints. Sprints are far more focused, small events that pick one special software topic or organizational topic. You see that we have EV board sprints. That means that we get together either in real life or online and spend a weekend working on administration. There's been a KDE Plasma sprint. There's PIM, which traditionally tries out the cake in Toulouse. There's the KDE Eco sprint. We've had a handful of sprints, but not nearly as much as we'd really like. And so I'd like to repeat the call to everyone in the KDE community. Sprints are for you. And we're here to help you make those happen. So if you've got a topic, reach out to us, reach out to Adam, and we'll make it happen.
next to our own conferences and our sprints, we also, of course, show up in lots of other places. So, for example, so far we were at FOSDEM this year. KDE Eco was present at LAS and the Bundestag. We went to something very new, the All-American High School Film Festival, to get a bit out of our bubble and talk to other people about cool stuff like KDE Live. Latinoware, the Ubuntu Summit, Qt World Summit, QtCon Brazil, MegaCon, another one of those things to get us out of the bubble. If you want to represent KDE at events, you should totally talk to the promo team and the board to get help for that if you need it. On the side of conferences of our own, over the last year we had Akademy last year, the Linux App Summit this year, Akademy ES, and of course this Akademy, where you all are. And to make all this happen, we need money, which fundraising gives us. There are quite a few things happening around fundraising. As we already talked about, we got new patrons with Ubuntu Focus, G10 Code, and Ambition. Together with the fundraising working group, we refocused our donations on a new platform, DonorBox. We ran an end-of-the-year campaign. We ran a fundraiser for KDE Live, both of which were very successful. We have started thinking about how to raise patronship prices starting in 2025 because membership as a patron or patronship in KDE EV is comparatively cheap. You can still get in before 2025 in the cheap prices. Tell your boss. Grants have been successful in that we got the KDE Eco grant. So far, we've unfortunately not been successful in getting a follow-up grant. If anyone can help with that, has ideas, please come talk to us and Joseph. And last but not least, we're thinking more about how to actually get paid apps into the proprietary app stores as a source of revenue for KDE EV. And of course, as the saying goes, do good things and talk about them. So we also have to tell the world about what we do as the EV, and we published the report for 2022 just the other day. It's a long and beautiful document with a lot of behind-the-scenes looks at what's happening in KDE EV and KDE. If you haven't read it yet, highly recommend it and spread it to your friends. So I already mentioned the fundraiser for KDE Live, and at last Akademy we talked about how we want to work with the KDE Live team as part of this whole Make a Living discussion, that we try to find dedicated funds for them to improve KDE Live as a kind of test balloon to see if that is something that works for KDE EV and the team that wants to do dedicated fundraising. The fundraising side of that has proven fairly successful, and we're quite happy with that. And we're quite happy with the effort that both the KDE Live team and the promo team, but also the fundraising team, have put into this to make it a success, because it was quite a bit of work. Now we have the money, and now we need to spend it on improvements to KDE Live, which is one of the next things that will come up. And I'm sure you will hear more about it tomorrow in their keynote. So overall, this try around dedicated individual project funding continues, but things are looking pretty optimistic right now.
So now is the time when we talk about some of our favorite things, the highlights of the year, everything that you all accomplished with our help and we accomplished with your help. There are some really great things. We talked a little bit earlier about sprints. We were very happy to see that sprints started happening again after the isolation of the COVID pandemic, which was no fun. We definitely want to see more sprints. This is something of our bread and butter, so let's see if we can do some more of those. We also concluded the Blauer Engel project. The funding has run out, but it has essentially been successful. We got an app certified, and we've created a lot of interest and momentum behind it. I think you saw a lot of engagement about KDE EV and the goal topic before. It now continues as a community goal, so that's really great. We also have our fundraising platform. Lydia just spoke on that a little bit, but moving to DonorBox has been really hugely impactful for us, and getting a modernized fundraising platform gives us many good options going forward for the future. We also have Qt 6 porting, which is going on. This is something that's been happening in the background for a while, and now, starting a few months ago, it's happening in the foreground. So we're really very happy for all the work that people have done on here. I want to call out Nico in particular, who has put really a lot of effort into this, and the net result is that many people in the audience here, myself included, are able to actually live on Plasma 6 Git master right now. Okay, I'll shut up now. It's pretty great. And we're also, in general, seeing more interest in our hardware among our hardware and software partners. And Lydia is reminding me that I missed something that was behind the microphone. We filled all of the Make a Living positions. This was a multi-year effort to start hiring more people, and we have now done it. So we did a lot of the things we said we were going to do, and it's pretty great. Next slide. So what we said we would do, number one, was reassess our financial situation. We definitely wanted to move towards more sustainable funding models, and we also wanted to make sure that we were spending enough of our money to keep out of legal hot water. We have now succeeded in doing that. We have also modernized our donations platform. So on the fundraising side, in general, what we set out to do has been a success. We trialed project fundraising, as Lydia mentioned a little bit ago. This has also been a success. We're going to be using this experience going forward to do some more things. That's very exciting. We also wanted to make sure that our infrastructure was modernized. The move to GitLab has been proceeding. Everybody is using it now, and in the near future, we're going to finally 100% move into that, cutting off Fabricator. So that is going to happen as well. The next thing is to support the new KDE goals. This is something that's been happening over the year. Speaking personally as a goal champion, I feel very well supported. I can't speak for everybody else, but that's at least 1 out of 3. We're going to try to have a cross-goal sprint sometime next year, possibly the spring, summer. Keep an eye out if that's something you'd be interested in attending. There's going to be more information about that soon. In general, we would like to see a little bit more community involvement involved in the goals. These are definitely community goals. As nice as it is to have goal champions with lots and lots of time to work on it, sometimes that isn't always possible, and so it's great when people take the initiative too. So that's something that we would like to see in the coming year. We also want to learn a little bit more about our changing ecosystem with regards to how software is distributed and what our position is in the greater free software world. This is something you're probably going to hear about in many other forms over the coming conference, and we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. And finally, a big topic this year was to get us all back together in person. Now we can pretty much all say that the global pandemic is finally over, and it is very nice that we're all able to sit here in a conference and enjoy each other's presence. So that's pretty great, and I'm happy that we've been successful in that.
So as topics for next year, you will see that there's stuff that continues over the years or since last year. It's not because well, we think that it wasn't successful, but well, a lot of topics like span over a good amount of time. Like Nate was saying, KDE goals, they're working very well, but we do miss people joining them. It would be interesting to understand what would be the correct dynamic for that to happen. Because well, like Nate, I was a KDE Go leader for a while, and it could feel lonely at times. It's a very social issue, but I think that from the KDE we can have that happen. Like for example, through that sprint, finding the right way to help the goals is gonna be well, a good source for success for the goals, which are in the end, a success for KDE itself. The financial situation that we keep talking about, well, like, you know, we had big injections in the past that we had to learn to manage. Well, we've done the Make a Living program that has increased our spending considerably. We need to marry these two together through donations, through everything. And that's what we're doing. And, well, there's no pandemic anyways, but we do believe that, like, meeting is part of the goals for the KDE, turning the KDE from something that is virtual and theoretical into something practical and where people get to work together is a big part of what the KDE does. And, well, we need to make sure that it's part of our goals. As Adrian mentioned before, it's about the conferences, but it's also about the sprints, the different meetings that we can have, and, well, whichever is the right ways that we have to coordinate among ourselves in any case, right? On the last few years, we were talking about the Make a Living positions about, well, how do we do this? We're moving into a mindset of, okay, we're now spending that money. We need to make sure that we're delivering there. Not to put a lot of pressure into all of you working on there, but actually it's on all of us, right? Like, we need to make sure that these positions deliver as well as, like, not us being contracted, but us as, like, whoever benefits from these positions. So, because all of them, I think that we all agree, bring important things to the community. But, well, nobody can change the world on our own. We need to work together. So for us, making sure that the Make a Living positions are successful is very important, because it's what is going to bring, we believe, the story of the next few years of the KDE in general. One trend that we've also been seeing, and it's not entirely unrelated to what I was just talking about, is getting our products closer to our users. We've, as KDE, been very distant to our end users, a little bit in this theoretical, virtual kind of product that maybe we've been. And while that works and it's super fun, well, it makes us a little bit less relevant. Finding ways to, like, touch on what everybody cares about and being able to act on it is something important. Now, you could think this is something more related to what the KDE community does and the different developers, but well, our experience, or my experience, is that as a KDE, we have a lot of, well, possibilities to help there, and if there's ways we can do that, we will continue doing so, like we are already doing now. I think that you all agree. Yeah. So these have been the key topics that we see for the KDE for this year. Obviously, everything is discussable, be it at the AGM, be it on the hallways, on the chat rooms online, or we're going to have an office hour during the buff days, where we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. We don't really have a list of topics or anything to touch on there, so feel free to join. Like I said earlier, also, if you're thinking about either joining the KDE or even joining the KDE board, you can reach out to us and we can talk about it. Like, you're welcome to do either of those things. It's all fine and fun, I would say. It's a good thing to do. So that's what we wanted to talk about. I think that we have some time for questions, if any of you have them.
Thank you. I just have two questions. So I was thinking, do you think that positions for make a living at KDE could also provide some kind of reporting on their activities for the last year? A lot of us actually don't get to see much of that work, and I mean, I'm kind of disconnected, so I would love to know. And then the other one is that I don't know if you would consider finding help there too. But when it comes to design integration, I feel like sometimes like some of us designers just have a big bridge to cross when it comes to realizing some of the work we want to do. And unless we go and rally some developers that might like what we're doing, we have most of the times no chance of making a certain change happen in the system. And so I just wanted to suggest that and ask that question to find some kind of UI integrator or something like that.
Maybe it's easier if you do the questions one by one. On the reporting, something we've told our contractors always, maybe it's more relevant for the Make a Living, but in general it's for all of them, is that communicating is important and even part of the job. For the Make a Living, like you will see them like blogging or sending emails on the different mailing lists. I mean, that is how the kind of tools that we have available. We can always do more of that. Well, note that we also need to pay for it, so that's how contracting works. But I think that we're not doing terribly bad that way. We will be seeing more of that. There's 2 of them that are like not even 1 year in, or well, actually none of the Make a Living are 1 year in to the position. So we also need some kind of flexibility there. More communication would always be better, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's an evolving topic. This is something that we're pretty new to at KDE EV, so anything that you have to share regarding what's working and what's not working, I think is very helpful. The message that more communication would be desirable is a good message. I think we don't want to make HR policy here at this meeting, but it's definitely a helpful thing for you to tell us, and I think that we can be thinking about that going forward, so thank you.
Looks like we're getting an answer out of the audience too.
Ooh. You turned it off.
No, I think I turned it now. So to sort of answer Andy's first question on my behalf, what I've been doing or trying to do is do like a monthly blog post of these are the things I've done this month as part of being KDE software platform guy. I have been slacking off a bit for the last 2 months, which is not great, and I should get back to that habit, but that's at least my ideal of working and communicating. And I also would like to sort of take the reverse and turn it into a question. How could we, or how should we establish some sort of communication channel from the community to us contractors, what the community would like us to see doing?
So I think that, and that's what we've been suggesting to all of the contractors in the past, is you get sponsored, but you get sponsored to work within the community. So in the community, we have plenty of channels for us to communicate, and just using these in the most efficient manner should be enough. Like, if that's not enough, we have like bigger problems, right? You're here, everybody go talk to Nico and tell him what you want from him. That's what he's saying right now. In general, like extrapolating a lot about, for example, how each of the contractors communicates is delicate, right? Because the different positions will also be very specific about what they do. Like, for example, on Nico's case, like there's like smaller tasks that you can be talking about, but like no like super flashy things. On the case of Ingo, he has been seeing like bigger things, and he has been blogging about the features when they get more done. And I don't think that one or the other is a better approach. I think that it's like on a case-by-case basis, doing it will make more sense. When we start seeing like how Natalie does that, like I'm sure that they'll find the correct way, and like deciding that they all should be doing this thing is also like the wrong approach. On the second question from Andy was about...
Do you want me to take that one?
Go for it.
Okay. So I think if I can paraphrase your second question, it was basically, can KDE EV hire a designer or something like that? Is that good?
Like purely from an artistic perspective, right? But I mean somebody who can like write code and integrate. Yeah.
Somebody
like
who
an
that they
in-betweener.
can order around.
So it's an interesting idea. One thing I'll say from an HR perspective is that we don't currently have any positions open right now. This is by design. We wanted to fill all these positions and then reassess our financial situation. What we really, really don't want to do is hire a bunch of people, they do a bunch of great work, we run out of money, and then we need to fire a bunch of people. So that would be terribly undesirable. Right now, we're in a situation where we're deliberately spending more money than we take in so that we can reduce our reserves, but those reserves don't last forever, and we're not trying to spend our reserves down to zero. So before we can open any new positions, we need to increase fundraising efforts so that our burn rate doesn't go down as much as it is right now. Again, I would like to emphasize this is intentional and deliberate. The organization is not going bankrupt. We were deliberately trying to spend down our reserves by hiring for these positions. Now, having done so, we need to make sure that there's a sustainable funding source so that we can keep the people who we have hired continuing to be hired, so we don't have to get rid of them, and also expand anything in the future. I would say if you have any interest in future positions, please help out on the fundraising side. This is super important. We now have really great tools that make fundraising easy. So at the moment, I think the design topic and the interface between design and code is probably going to have to remain a community topic, a VDG topic at the moment.
Yeah, now that you mentioned this, one of the topics when we were talking about KDE Live was how we're going to manage the different, like the separate fundraisings. This was something that we never really wanted to do because, well, it's work. And over the last year, what's happening? Well, over the last year, Ike worked on some tooling for for his treasury work. So at the moment, we have the opportunity to do better work there. So maybe if you're creative, we can find things we can do together.
We're getting one last comment / question.
It is a comment, sorry. Continuing from what Nicolas said, the promo team, we write a log every 2 weeks that is nominally for Nate, but we can make it public so that everybody can see what we have done during those 2 weeks. A lot of the stuff is anyway publicly visible because it goes out on social media and stuff like that. But if people want to see that, we can make it public too, so that others can see exactly what we have done every 2 weeks.
And that wraps up.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for coming. And now working group reports, yeah?
We will do working group reports in 4 minutes. And if you have more questions that we couldn't answer now, you know where to find us.
Bullet points.
And we're not hiding either, just grab us.
Thanks, everyone.
report represented by Neoftos.
Hi everyone. So yeah, very quickly, for those that do not know of us, the community working group takes care of the community, actually. So in the end, what you're asked to do is to enable discussions to flow in a healthy way within the community, maintain good relationships between our people, and whenever we're asked to, we step in to resolve some conflicts of situations. We are 3 members that are currently active, and we're all here today and during Akademy. It's David Edmundson, Andy Betts over there, and myself. I joined last year, so I've been around for 1 year. And we had 2 members stepping down since last year, Bavisha and Valerie, who didn't have the time to help more. So very quickly to go over our work over the past year, what we tried to do, and with the help of sysadmin we achieved, is to create a private space, a private team on invent.kde.org. As you understand, lots of times the work the community working group is asked to do is a bit on the edge of it, which should it be public or not. Sometimes we have to handle more intricate situations, so it's good to have a private space where we can talk between us, and at times also with the board, in order to coordinate on how we act on this. And of course, it's a way for us now to document all the work we've been doing. So we can track previous discussions, we can track previous complaints, see how we handled those in the past, or as new members come in, they can go back and see. So that's a very, we think it's an important next step for us. In terms of the EV, we realized that the website on the EV, on the web page is kind of outdated, let's say. It's been around for a lot of time now. The working group has been around for, I think, 15 years now, and lots of the information there is not up to date. So we already started working on updating it, but we need to continue on that and make sure it represents where we're currently standing and where we want to go. In terms of actual, let's say, requests that came in since our last AGM, we had a total of 4 requests. These were about 2 community members specifically, and actually 3 of those requests were about 1 specific individual. As you see, 1 was a misunderstanding. The other 2 we had to step up and try to take action. Just so you know what kind of types of requests we usually get, you will see that a sample from the last year, at least. It's a small one, but it's, I think, indicative enough. One of them was about merge request, the process. So we had a person, let's say, doing some things not in the standardized way, merging some code, and then we had complaints about the process that was happening. And the other was about improper behavior or people reacting to things in, let's say, not good ways. Now, in terms of the lessons we learned, you can understand, as I mentioned, that many times we have to step in and discuss things that are not always right or wrong, or yes or no, very clear answers. So the important thing here is for us, 3 different individuals, to try and discuss and try to establish an action plan when we have a complaint, and set the expectations of what we expect from the person in question or the people involved. So it's let's say the hard work we need to put in is usually when we discuss about a specific case, to try and understand, take as much information in from the people that are involved, try to make for us to have a good understanding of what is happening, and then we need to reach a consensus, or we'll try to reach a consensus on how we act, because we want to give clear guidelines on what the next step is to the people involved, and not having them confused or not giving clear answers, which usually doesn't help. If you leave out things in the open when you're doing this kind of work, it can easily go either way. One lesson we learned is that we should probably try to be responding faster to people making requests, both once they do the complaint. So yeah, you had a complaint, it's good for you to know that we are on it, so that's the first step. And then once we have taken action, it's good to go back and follow up to that person to say, hey, this is what we do, if it's still a problem, do this and that. So this is something we can definitely improve. Another thing we learned, I already mentioned it earlier, is about documenting our discussion. This is something we're doing now. It helps a lot going back, having a history of how we, what the complaints were that came in, what was our discussion, how did it evolve, and what was then the result. And so we can use that in order to be faster maybe in responding to future requests, or as a reference when we're doing that. And another thing that we saw that will probably be useful is that sometimes you have these like repeating, let's say, problems. So it would be good for us from time to time when we're talking to people to have a place, the way you have your code of contact where you point people at. It would be good to have, let's say, some type of wiki or page where we can point people to see what's been asked for them and how they are expected to act in specific situations. Of course, as you saw, we're 3 persons, so we could use all the help we can get. In order to achieve what I already mentioned, try to be faster, and when looking into new requests, sometimes these things take time. You need to take a step back, discuss, take action, talk to people, gather data, information, make sure everybody understands what the position they're in, then discuss it internally, then go out and give some guidelines on what should happen. Maybe sometimes you need to coordinate it with the board, you need to coordinate it with sysadmin. So it takes time, and if we have more persons, maybe we can push that forward faster. And then we want to try, if we have the help, of course, to expand our role a bit more and be more proactive, because usually the way we act is when we're being called upon, when there's a complaint, when there's a request. So we're more reactive, and if we have more people and more resources, we can be more proactive. To quickly conclude, our key goals for the coming year is that we want to start having regular meetings, which we haven't had so far. We can use this as working sessions as well to start talking about how we want to evolve. If no request comes up for a big amount of time, that's a good thing, I guess, for our community. Hopefully things are not happening and we're not learning about them. But at the same time, it's good for us to stay connected and have something to a common place where we can work and progress. As I mentioned already, the website and the wiki, that we want to maybe start working on it. And then a bit more is about our own identity as a community working group. From my time, at least in the board as well, I know that sometimes the community had a specific perspective on how the community working group should act. And there are things I think we can improve on top of that. We now have Joseph, who is working more on community topics. We think we can work together with him much more. We are already trying to be at places like the forum that discuss the KDE and things like that, so we can act as moderators as well. We have direct access to these kind of discussions. And then in general, try to do more community building work and less, let's say, policing and supporting people when there are conflicts. As I mentioned, all 3 of us are here. You can talk to us, but also if you prefer to do it online, you can email us at this address. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we are moving on to the money part of it with the financial working group. No. There you go.
Thank you. Financial working group. Our job is to help the treasurer with money-related issues, and the whole board in general with money-related things, and helping the community come up with a budget and stick to your budget. The people on the financial working group are Aika, Marta, and Till. I am none of those people. I'm filling in because, unfortunately, they couldn't make it. So, message these people. Overview of this year. We finally outspent our income. We've had a lot of income. We've got a lot of reserves. The board were talking about it a lot. And we deliberately outspent our income, and it's important to stress that. And this is partly because pandemic is over, COVID doesn't exist anymore, and we've made an effort to hire more people. But that doesn't mean our income was bad in 2022. In fact, it increased from all our previous years. There'll be exciting graphs later, but it's increasing more than just inflation. But, as mentioned, deliberately increased expenses, mostly personnel. And planning is spot on. we were within 1.5% of the planned budget. So graphs, general trend upwards. 2018 was an exception where magic stuff happened, where we got loads of money, but we're still improving nonetheless. And expenses going up because we've got money to spend. So this year, we outspent our income, which is what we wanted to do. Graphs. Uh, 2023, the budget plan made, staying on course. We're still trying to burn through some of those reserves responsibly, not just spending it all on biscuits for the board. But because we're outspending our income, we do need to make sure our fundraising, coming up next, is staying on top to keep up with our new expenses that we want to keep on doing forever and ever. So how's 2023 looking? On track. We've got 3 new patrons. Yay! And we're pleased with the Academy sponsorships. And everything's going well. There's also a new tool written by Ike Hein, which is going to allow a financial working group to get real-time feedback on what's happening with the money, rather than doing this long manual work once a year. So that hopefully will mean more time for doing more productive tasks. And here's some screenshots of it with graphs. And it's going to be amazing.
Thank you. And we're continuing with the money with the fundraising working group.
Okay, so after the financial is the fundraising, we get the money. So what we are doing is like we're trying to identify fundraising opportunities, like on continue with the execution of the fundraising campaigns, like do a lot of organization, try to coordinate with promo team to create materials, like for the end of the year campaign. And we also like working on the infrastructure for the donations. We'll come back to that later. So what we are, so it's me, Lace, Nate, and also Lydia, who is helping. So this year we did the calendar fundraising campaign, which was like the first donor box based campaign we did, and it was like a huge success. I mean, here's the numbers, like it was like a lot of people donated. We got some monthly and annual as a recurring donations, which is even better than one-time donations. Yeah, we also did like an end of the year campaign, which was also like a huge success. Like we planned to, the goal was 20,000 and we got more, which is always good. Like also like a lot of sets. So I think there's the documents online somewhere. Yeah, so if you want someone to see the sets, we can look at that later. Yeah, so creating for the near future is slightly moving away from CVCRM. We were not really happy with CVCRM. We talked about moving from CVCRM since years, and now we are finally doing it. I mean, we already like all the new donation campaigns are based on the donor box, and we are hoping to shut down the CVCM instance soon. Yeah. Yeah. And big thanks to the promo team who was really helpful with the fundraising campaigns. Thanks.
And now we're moving on to the non-money parts of it, to the legal pieces. There you go.
So this is the report of the KDE Frameworks working group and also a bit also of the foundation. Our members in the foundation of KDE are Albert and Olaf. Albert has a talk in the other room, so I'm doing the report. The other members are me, Chris, Eike, Frederik, Martin, and the newest member, Victoria, since last year's Academy, actually. So what we did, we usually meet monthly and discuss any topics that come up in the foundation to support our members. And we also have a chat channel on Matrix to discuss any issues that pop up and need instant action or discussion, or like our opinions on matters. The foundation itself had one virtual meeting because nobody wants to travel to Finland or Norway all the time. The Qt company has a new member, Juha-Pekka Niemi, who is replacing Lars Knoll, who was also the chairman in the past, and the foundation thanks him for all the work he has done there. So what we achieved last year was managed to get the accounting on time submitted to the authorities, which was a bit stressful because the accountants actually wanted to have Albert's signature like few days before they need to be sent to the authorities in Norway. So it was a bit short on time. The relations with the Qt company members are good, as we are told, also with the new member. And the foundation turned 25 years old, and Qt is still free software, so that's an achievement that we have. What we need to do, where we need your help is the Qt company asked us if we could have a meeting with KDE people to discuss things about Qt. It was not quite clear to us what they really expected from us, but if you think of something or know something who would be useful to meet with the Qt company, talk to us. And in general, be on good relations with the Qt company and the Qt project, and work with them, collaborate with them, be nice to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that brings us to the last one, which is about all the infrastructure we run on from the sysadmins.
Okay. So this report is prepared by Ben, but yeah, so we basically make sure that our servers continue to run and our services continue to run. And so some data points that are interesting are like we handle 47 terabytes of data in June month, and that completely excludes what CDN and Cloudflare already handles for us. And we serve average 170 web requests per second, and this excludes the GitLab because GitLab is like other much larger thing. So these are our members, and also like we have got support from other community members on very specific services, for example Sentry or things like that. I think this is like a recurring item because every time the essentially server OS running on the server runs out of like support, and we need to like rebuild our servers. So we rebuilt the server that hosts our website, and also we took over the discuss instance of the discourse instance of the Krita, and like due to website work done by our web team, we also eliminated capacity of framework, like it was powering our old websites. Also, due to like OpenStreetMap and all that requirements, we were running out of the space or on our CDN server. So we also had to rebuild and expand it. And also the Elixir, which we use for hosting the various, allowing the developers to source our code. So that also we moved to different server. And yeah. also, some of the improvements is like the big blue button. What was previously happening was that it was on the smaller server. So if you wanted to host some sprint, or if you wanted to host some meeting, you had to call, like you had to create a sysadmin ticket. You had to ask us like, please increase it for this period, and we had to then increase it, and then we had to decrease it. And so it was a bit of a manual work that we had to do. But now we put it in like already much larger servers, so like we don't need to do that scale up and down dance essentially. So that also, like one of the things is like we moved away from the DigitalOcean to Hasner, because DigitalOcean essentially had a cloud-based CPU, so it was not so performing, and now this is like a native hardware. And yeah, I mentioned the createartist.org, which is like discourse forum that we took over hosting. Also, GitLab continues to be like GitLab migration continues to be like going ahead. So we have quite a bit of updates happening to GitLab regularly. They basically release every month, more or less. And we also did some of the CI work. So basically, when we started GitLab migration, our plan was to basically do it in 3 different steps. So one was like hosting the code, then having the normal CI, and then binary refactory. So we also have like proof of concept builds for this binary refactory. There is a BOF about it that we have to also we have to discuss it, and we have to finalize it. Also, Docker Hub basically made it commercial, so we had to host the Docker registry for ourselves, because like if you had to go through like Docker Hub, then you can only pull in Docker images for some limited time, and that was not really scalable for our CI. Okay, so where we need help, so there are like our key goals. So GitLab signing service, I think as I mentioned, there is a BOF about it. We also have to migrate our tasks, because that is the only thing that is keeping the Fabricator alive. So we have to like either create archive, and we also have to move those tasks to GitLab. And yeah, so we have to rebuild our mail system, which includes the migration to Mailman 3 and retirement of MyKDE and KDE Identity. I think like right now there is only 1 or 2 services which are actually using KDE Identity, and rest of the things have been migrated to GitLab as a like authentication server. So yeah, any questions? Or maybe we don't have time for it, I don't know.
We have plenty of time for questions, but it can be questions for sysadmin, it can be questions to any of the other working groups. Are there questions? Well, if you all get on stage, can you touch your nose? Yep. Do we have any sensible questions from the audience for any of our working groups? Nick.
It seems you are not excited about it.
May I ask Carl to remind me at least what's the percentage that donor box keeps when we get a donation?
I think it was 5. Also, I think it was 5%, but I'm not completely sure. I can check again.
Other questions from the audience? Or you've been so tremendously informative and clear that we have no questions and that we can go for coffee early.
Sehen wir dann.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the last session this day in the afternoon, after the coffee break. Now everybody is refreshed and we can listen to a progress report about the KDE Framework 6 by Andreas, Nicolas and Volker. Alexander, Entschuldigung, sorry.
All right, hello again. I'm saying again because we've been here before, not here, but at Akademy. First time being in 2021, where I talked about what's cooking for KDE Framework 6, where I sort of elaborated and presented on various ideas and goals we had in mind for Framework 6. At the same Akademy, Kevin Ottens was presenting KF6, the architecture overview, where he had a sort of more architectural approach and description in mind. And then the next year, I was at Qt DevCon, which is a developer conference more focused on Qt, where I also talked about our way to Qt 6 and a bit about KF6. And then, of course, there was Akademy again. So, first of all, last year, Volker talked about the plans and progress in a short talk about where we were back then. And then Alex and I had a longer talk about some more in-depth topics and how to port your apps to make use of KF6. And then later that year, I gave a keynote at QtCon Brazil, and where I also talked about our journey to Qt 6 and beyond. So you're starting to see a pattern. Every year at Akademy, there's one more person on stage. But you can be assured next year there won't be 4 people on stage because this is going to be the last Akademy we're going to talk about KF6, hopefully. So how did it all start? The first time we started talking about KF6 was also at Akademy 4 years ago, which is a long time by now, in Milan. Qt 6 wasn't out back then, but it was on the horizon, so it was ample time to start thinking about that. And that's what we did in a BOF session. And a couple of weeks later, some of us met in Berlin for an in-person sprint, back then when people still did in-person sprints, and talked about it. And we discussed ideas, we set out design goals. We came up with a huge workboard on Fabricator that at some point had close to 500 tasks on it. And we, of course, started working towards that. And then 2 years later, in 2021, we did another sprint, this time online for reasons, which was used to sort of refine the workboard, discuss some of the items that need discussion, and just generally make progress. And at some point, we also started having regular online meetings where we once a week or once every 2 weeks got together for an hour and discussed various topics that came up during the week, which proved very helpful sometimes. So what were the goals that we had in mind for KF6? The obvious one is we want to use Qt 6. That's sort of the baseline requirement we're talking here. But we wanted to do more. The perhaps most important goal we had in mind was porting should be as easy as possible. That was a goal for Qt in the Qt 6 transition, and we wanted to have the same. So no complicated, needless breakage. Breakage should be as obvious as possible and as obvious to fix as possible. Then, of course, we want to have better APIs that are easier to misuse, are clearer, have a clear purpose, are not duplicated, are not better served with Qt or the C++ standard library, for example. Then a lot of our code is based on Qt widgets, but we're getting increasingly more Qt Quick and QML code, but some of the frameworks things we have are still quite a bit entangled with Qt widgets, sometimes in trivial, sometimes in not trivial ways.
And we want to have a better separation between the UI agnostic part and the actual UI part, so that it's easier to use all of the frameworks things from, for example, QML. Then another goal we had in mind was reducing the dependencies some of our frameworks have, because dependencies are not nice, and dragging things along that you don't need is not nice, and especially for some things like Kio, this really was a hindrance for third-party developers to actually make use of our nice libraries. And we also wanted to have a better separation between an interface to something and its implementation. For example, for K-Wallet, we have an API that the library uses to talk to the passport system. Then we have the implementation of the actual passport system. And we wanted to have those a bit separated so that it's easier to, for example, plug into an operating system's native passport storage system like we have on Windows, for example. And that ties into the next goal, which is better cross-platform support for platforms like Windows, Android, macOS, or just non-Plasma Linux systems. So I've mentioned that I gave a talk at KubeCon Brazil last year, and they gave me a nice slide template, and it had this slide that says, as a placeholder, this is a quote, words full of wisdom that someone important said and can make the reader get inspired. And I thought it was a nice idea, and I really wanted to have a nice quote for it. But all I could think about was something we kept saying at the last Plasma sprint in Valencia, which is, are we there yet? So, are we there yet for Framework 6? The answer is sort of. When I was preparing my talk at QDevCon, I came up with a handy website that automatically tracks how many of our projects are ported to Qt 6 by looking at the CI configuration. And I called it Is KDE using Qt6.org? So if you open it right now, it will tell you that 380 out of 528 projects built against Qt 6 right now, which is most of them for some definition of most, but don't read this as a progress indicator. We're probably not gonna ever get to 100% there, and that's fine. And it's most importantly not a blocker for an actual KF6 release. Then earlier this year, Plasma and Frameworks started relying exclusively on KF6 and Qt 6. Previously, development has been going on in a way where we build against both at the same time, but at some point we said, okay, we're going all in on 6 now, 5 maintenance continues in a separate branch, and that's the situation where we are with Frameworks and Plasma right now. And it's working out quite well. The Plasma 6 session is already quite usable. I'm using it right now on this laptop to give you this presentation. I would show you, but it just looks like Plasma, so not much to see there. We still have a few items on the workboard left. The done column has about 260 tasks out of 400 something, but again, don't read this as a sort of progress indicator, because some of them are more organizational than actionable, and some of them are more optional or wish list. But there are still a few challenges for us ahead before we can think about releasing a 6.0, and Volker is going to tell you all about them.
Right, so in terms of things that definitely have to happen before the release, I think we have one major thing to sort out, and that is the whole coexistence story, right? So we don't only have the luxury situation of Qt 6 apps in a Plasma 6 session, we also have Qt 5 apps in a Plasma 6 session, we have Qt 6 apps in a Plasma 5 session, we have KF6 apps in non-Plasma sessions, right, in all possible combinations there. And there is various things that could interfere with that working nicely. The probably most common one is file system collision, so just things installing in the same location, right, and that doesn't work. That's usually what is referred to as co-installability. But this is only part of the bigger coexistence story. Right? It's the one we run into during build time, which makes this easy to deal with. The other ones tend to be a bit more nasty. Example of this is, for example, debug service names. Right? They have to be unique, so we can't have two processes claiming the same name. At the same time, we have services that can't just arbitrarily coexist, right? So something like the wallet system. Whether an application can restore its credentials shouldn't depend on whether it's using Qt 5 or Qt 6 or running in a matching session, right? That should just work. So there's things that we can't just have in parallel. Another problem area is the whole plugin-based platform integration. So the most visible part of this is typically the style. And right now, this problem doesn't even seem that big because the Plasma 5 breeze style and the Plasma 6 breeze style are pretty much identical from a visual point of view. But as over time, we expect the Plasma 6 style to somewhat evolve and change, right? And a Qt 5 app running in a Plasma 6 session should still use the new style, right? So we need that also in a compatible way for Qt 5. Same thing with the file system, the file dialog integration. You want to use the proper platform file dialog and not some fallback. And all the stuff that pulls in. Similar problem with the generic application plugins, things like the console part or the ocular part, right? So if you have a Qt 5-based Dolphin and a Qt 6-based Kate, both of them should still have their embedded console terminal. It shouldn't depend on in which session you're running, which of those will get the terminal, right? And then there's some really dark corners when we get to environment variables set by the session and so on. None of those are usually hard to solve. It's just many of them, and we need to go through all of them and look case by case on how to address them. Typically, we have 3 different standard approaches that we can apply. And in some rare scenarios, we might need some special solutions. The probably most common solution is, or approach we take is versioning, right? So this is basically what applies to all the libraries. You just increment the version number and then things can happily live side by side. That's easy on the library side. It requires adjustments to all consumers, basically. For libraries, right, CMake checks that for us at runtime. This is a bit more difficult to spot, especially right now where there is still a lot of 5 infrastructure around, and if I'm still using the wrong dbus name, for example, right, I might not notice. So some of this only shows up as we move to a pure 6 session. Another standard approach is exclusivity. Well, just having one of the things, right? So like in the wallet scenario, right? Then in some cases, we need to retrofit build options there to disable stuff in 5 because we weren't prepared for this. And we might need adjustments in packaging, but it's generally completely transparent for the consumer side. However, that also kind of implies that we need to stay compatible across major version changes. A very prominent example of that part is also the icon themes. They are very big, right? So we don't want to duplicate them. And there we have the XDG icon spec, which defines the compatibility anyway, right? So there is no risk that we can't break the compatibility anyway, right? So that is an example for using this approach. A much less commonly used approach is multi-builds. So the same code base with a single run of the build system produces libraries for both Qt versions. This is something we haven't historically used in KDE. A prominent example is Poplar, right? That produces Qt bindings for both versions. But this has recently been also proposed by David and Harald for example, for Phonon and for things like the Breeze style, that might also be an interesting option. It, however, requires that the 5 and 6 code base kind of stay aligned. And it limits our ability to eventually retire the Qt 5 support, right? If we do this too early, then we basically end up in the same problem again. We can't co-install this. Right, and then we get to the dark corners. When we think about the API, then that is usually like C++, QML, and maybe CMake, right? However, there is more that is de facto API, like the executables we install and their interface and their names, or the environment variables, or the all the stuff we put in dbus. And since we don't really think about this as API, but people use it as API, right? There's some ambiguity on what is guaranteed there, and then people get creative. An interesting example we found there is how the KDE session version variable is interpreted. Some users just concatenate that on dbus names or executable names, right? And then basically assume that the same thing will exist with the version 6 as well. Others just error out. And I mean, this happens in like niche applications like Chromium or LibreOffice, or things like the XDG utils, which they do features like basically opening files and URLs on the entire Linux platform, right? So also kind of important, or libraries we use like Qt Keychain. So we need to identify all of those things also in the external consumers, and then see if we can make the new API kind of match their expectation, or if we need to fix stuff upstream there now, so it's ready in time when we get to releasing KF6. And yeah, so as I said, this is probably the only really hard blocker. There is, however, many more things that we still would like to see, or even things that are somewhat critical to get done, like ECM isn't able yet to build APKs, so that's a pretty hard problem on Android. And there's things we would like to get done in Kio to be able to replace the aging HTTP implementation, for example, and a lot more. But worst case, we'd survive with all of that done for the initial release. If you're interested in discussing those details and working on those details, we have a BOF on this Tuesday at 4 o'clock. We also have another BOF on Monday about how you port your applications, and that is what Alex is going to talk to you about now.
Yeah, thanks, Volker. And first of all, we're going to talk about the KDE source build setup for porting your apps. And like always, this utility is your friend and helper when it comes to building KDE software. And it takes care of a few things for the KF6 builds. For example, choosing the correct CMake arguments, because in some projects you explicitly need to turn on the KF6 or Qt6 builds. And sometimes you need to disable some deprecated APIs. And it also chooses the correct branches for you, because projects, for example Dolphin, have a separate KF6 branch. But we'll come to that in a moment. It can also compile third-party packages, for example, dependencies that are needed to build other KDE framework or other KDE software in general. And the KF6 builds are configured by the global branch group setting. So it's the global section of your KDE source build config file, and you just need to specify the branch group to the value kf6-qt6. and then it automatically knows what the correct CMake arguments are and what branch it should check out. But it is recommended to have a separate prefix from your KF5 one, because there are still some remaining co-installability issues, and apps, for example, Dolphin, don't simply need to be fully co-installable. And that is configured using the KDE dir variable, which is like the install directory, and also the source directory and build directory. You could maybe reuse the source directory, but that would make the rebuilding process take a lot longer. And you can do this, of course, in your main config file, or you can have a separate or custom config file, and you can pass that in using the rc file argument to KDE source build. But since we are lazy and efficient, it is best to have a simple alias for it. You have a snippet there that just loads it from the KDE 6 folder in your home directory. And that works in both bash and fish and maybe zsh too, but I haven't tried that. So now we can get started on our apps. And the first step, as Nico and I told you last year at Akademy, is to disable deprecated API. But you should really make sure that you are using latest frameworks, because lots of API that was removed in KF6 had backported deprecation macros, and maybe even the alternative API or some porting aid to the KF5 branch. And those are only contained in the later versions. And then you, of course, need to adjust your build system. For non-library code, it is recommended to just use the versionless CMake targets, and that is what we do in Plasma. And for other cases like like libraries or frameworks, we need to use the Qt major version, but in KF6 master, if you want to call it, we are Qt 6 only, so at least there we don't have to do it. But yeah, you can just inject the major version using this known CMake syntax for injecting the strings, and you can use it for both the find module calls and when using KF5 targets, because we intentionally decided not to have versionless KDE Frameworks targets. But you should make sure the Qt version option is included, and that is a module from extra CMake modules, or ECM, and it is usually included by the KDE install dirs already. But in case you're getting like weird error messages, keep that in mind. And here you can see a really simple snippet on where to use that major version then. But since doing all of this manual work is tedious, Laurent has shared his script for adjusting most of the build system stuff, and you can check it out in the KDE dev scripts repository. And there's a KF6 folder which contains this build system script, and there are also some other scripts for like porting Kirigami APIs and such. But not all changes can be caught by deprecation macros. For example, changes to virtual methods because they are binary incompatible, or classes being renamed or moved. And that is also what was done for the KCMs, because we had the KC module class in KConfig widgets and also in KDeclarative, some other KCM related classes, and all of them were moved to KCM utils and had gotten a new name. And those need to be adjusted with a preprocessor macro. And in some code you can see that there is a Qt version check used, but if we only want to differentiate between the 5 and 6 version, we can use the major version directly and don't need to utilize the Qt version check. But QML runtime issues are more difficult to port, especially when they are incompatible with KF5. And it is possible to configure those files using CMake. And it has a configure file method that allows you to like dynamically inject certain strings. And you can then install the generated QML files or include them in your QRC. And that is what's done, for example, in ELIZA. But depending on the complexity, it is a big hassle. Like if only a few properties got renamed, it is of course doable, or if an import has changed. But for more complex refactorings, it is possible and even desirable to have a separate KF6 branch. And that leads to a cleaner code base because you need less compatibility code and you can utilize new features and APIs if you wish. But there's also the risk of diversions and you have a bit more maintenance effort. So it also depends on how actively developed your app is, if there are still many features being developed or not. And when actually doing the porting, since we now know how to proceed, the plugin system is one of the major challenges. And in KF6, both the runtime and build time JSON conversion was removed. That includes the kplugin metadata from desktop file method, and also the kcoordinates desktop to JSON CMake function. But the desktop to JSON CLI tool, which you should use for the manual conversion, is still kept. And if you're wondering why this doesn't have a major version, it was removed in KF6, so we don't have to worry about co-installability, and you can use it just from the 5K core add-ons. And when you encounter deprecation warnings regarding the plugin system, the documentation of the API provider or the warnings you get on the console are quite important because they tell you what plugin namespace should be used and the version that the change is compatible with. And after the conversion, you just need to adjust your macros. You can see two of them. Those are the ones we usually use. Also, the way of determining the plugin ID has changed because previously the ID was often specified in the metadata, and in KF6 we only use the base name for it. And you also get a warning on the console in case the ID you've specified, which is now internally ignored, but if that ID is different from the base name, and you can just remove it in that case because that is compatible with KF5. And the porting of K-service type trader is documented and was already discussed last year. And since then, there were only a few breaking changes for like in-system providers, like the keyword parameter of the kplugin factory create method was removed, but that will only affect you in case you have a custom macro for it or you have a custom factory. But there are some improvements you can utilize. For example, the find plugin by ID method has better performance because it can now directly load the plugin from disk and doesn't need to query all the available plugins. And that also allows better compatibility in case you want to utilize static plugins. And there's now a parameter for allowing plugins with empty metadata. And what is mostly relevant for developers is the log operator. So you can log a kplugin metadata object directly. And here you can see an example on how that would look, like the plugin ID and the file name. And you can, of course, benefit from the optimized internals of kplugin factory and kplugin metadata. And we would also be very happy to have you at the BOFs. And yeah, feel free to ask any questions.
Are there any questions?
But I mean, for the ocular case, I don't think we have a nice solution at this point, right? So the somewhat, well, at least part of the idea how we try to minimize that problem is to get as much as possible done for the first release or in a relatively short period of time, right? Because that doesn't solve the problem in a theoretical way, but practically the problem is much less likely to occur, right? And maybe we get away with some of those corner cases then. But yeah, in theory, you would need to co-install Ocular in both versions, right? And that, I'm not sure if we really want to go there.
Well, not necessarily the full Ocular, just Ocular part and everything that this uses, like some internal Ocular, but not necessarily two Ocular executables.
Sure, but I mean, this is like 80 or 90% of the code, right? It's duplicate packaging, it's maintaining the 5 thing for some more time, right? Ideally, we wouldn't want to do any of that, right? But
in an ideal world, but
right. I mean, in an ideal world, we just get everything ported, right, and ignore that problem, right? So and that is, I hope we can do much of that.
It's probably to some degree also a case-by-case thing. Ocular is fairly widely used as a part, but I think it's manageable to port most or all of the consumers. Then there's stuff like KIO extras, which we will probably have to ship both flavors of for the foreseeable future, because KIO is used everywhere, and without KIO extras, KIO is not that useful.
Yeah, I mean, that would break the file dialogues, right? And I mean, as long as we have major Qt 5 consumers out there, like say Krita, right, we can't break their file dialog. So.
Okay, so maybe I'm asking a stupid question or I've misunderstood something, but can't you just drop the .qrc files since the new Qt 6 CMake API will basically, if you make a QML module and list the resource files under resources?
That's for the QML porting, right?
Yeah. Again, maybe.
Yeah, the thing is that we don't use that at the moment, and we have our own version of that in ECM. It's just called ECM add QML module. But in case one needs to inject such compatibility strings using CMake, one still has to make sure that the version of the file from the build directory which is configured is picked up. Maybe one can just specify an absolute path in the Qt APIs on the Qt CMake function for that, or how is it practically used? Okay.
Yeah, better to wait until Monday, I guess.
Perfect.
I have a question regarding the plug-in thing. I'm sure you have already thought about that, but well, if you decide to drop the KDE 5 plugin, for example, for Ocular, and replace it with a plugin for KDE 5 that internally uses the KDE 6 plugin. Would something like that work?
The main problem there is we can't really have both major Qt versions in the same process. If that would be possible, right, then a whole lot of those problems would go away. But since that doesn't work, right, we can't put this in the same process, right? And then no matter how we try to bridge or proxy this, that will always end up with both Qt versions in the same process, and then you have competing event loops and clashing symbols, and it will crash.
You can proxy it using Wayland, and it's out of process.
Right, you would need to put it out of process, but then we're getting in a whole new different world of pain. Let's just port everything and be done with it. That's a much easier approach.
Well, actually, we can have two Qt libraries in the same. We made that possible for Qt 5 and Qt 4, but requires that the application that opens the plugin uses a feature called deep link. so that the plugin does its own linking and finds its own libraries instead of reusing those of the host library. Of course, you can still don't do anything with dual event loops. Interface that doesn't use any Qt data structures, then you can do it, because we had these problems that there was certain types of libraries that had like a plugin that used Qt, so we solved that back in Qt 5 days early.
But that is on like the symbol level, right?
Yeah, that's only if you have an API that needs Qt interfaces.
Right.
So
Right,
it's not that useful for KDE.
Right. Yeah.
Like Qt plugin loader would even usually refuse to load any plugin that was built against a different version, even if it's the same major version.
Yeah, and I mean, sure, also with stuff like namespacing and so on, you could work around the symbol problem, true, but I mean, the ocular part is like an interactive thing, right? So this needs rendering and user interaction, and please let's not go there.
So I didn't see any date in there.
Okay. Well, technically there is no date yet, right? So the current preliminary thinking on all of this, right, subject to change. I think we basically have to go backwards from the Plasma plan for Plasma 6. The current state is still thinking towards end of the year. So assuming we manage that for Plasma, right, then we would need frameworks in, say, November, which means starting with pre-releases in August or September, right? So this is getting really close then. And then maybe Gear 2312 would then fall in the same cycle, right, and could contain the first 6-based stuff, right? So I think that is the best case scenario, right? We certainly won't be faster than that. So far, I think we are still on track to make that. So if we don't make that, right, then it slips by 4 months or whatever is then the next window where we could make that. But the plan is basically to follow the Plasma plan and then work backwards from there.
Okay, thank you.
Τεστ 1, 1, 2, τεστ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, τεστ, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, τεστ 1, δοκιμή, δοκιμή, 1, 1, 1, 2, συνδέσου να ακούσεις, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, δοκιμή, 1, 1, 1, 2, τεστ, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, μπήκες, ακούς. Το ίδιο είναι.
Così è meglio, No, dall'altra parte.
Ένα, ένα, τεστ, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, τεστ, 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 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 7, 7, 1, 2, τεστ, τεστ, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ξέρω να μετράω καλά. Τεστ. Τι έγινε? Συνεχίζει. Ένα, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 7, τεστ, 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 τεστ. 1, 2, 3, 4. Όλα καλά. Μ' ακούτε, κύριε? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 1. It's okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Εντάξει.
So in the next talk, Marco and Nicolo will present what Plasma 6 has in store for the future for us.
Hello everybody, let's talk about Plasma 6. We'll get to the technical part of things with Marco. I don't know anything about that, but we'll talk about design and style first. So about that, the idea from the VDG that we had like some months ago was like to try to do some incremental style change, so without any big revolution in the design and the style. But whilst I was putting together the presentation, I realized that we did not do that, and in fact we're still months away from the release, and yet we have a lot of visual changes and redesigns and such. Not all of them has landed and are ready to be used in master, but everything that I'm gonna talk about today should be in Plasma 6 if I'm not too lazy. So starting off with some stuff about Plasma itself, we've got a completely redesigned overview, which yet again is currently not in master. It's in a branch, it's almost done. It looks completely different compared to what we have currently. It looks much more like to the GNOME overview, which with the Blur My Shell extension, which I did use as a reference whilst implementing this. In here, it's just the design that's different, but it actually works completely different because it also now includes the grid view. And the idea is that there are 3 states, so not like no overview at all, and then normal overview, and then the grid view, and you should be able to switch from one to the next one or to the previous one instead of having 2 different effects. It's just a single one that has both the grid view and the overview. And whilst doing that, the touch screen and touchpad animation gestures changed completely as well. So now you can switch between the 3 states. So as an example, just by doing one swipe up with 3 fingers, you're going to switch to the next state, which is going to be the overview. If you do it again, then you're going to switch to the grid view. And if you yet again do 3 fingers up, you're going to get back to normal. And the opposite things happens if you go 3 fingers down, as an example. And the same applies to the touchpad, so the gestures are consistent between the touch screen and the touchpad. So it's a pretty big rework of how you interact with your open applications, and ideally this should make all the transitions a bit nicer. And also if you're switching virtual desktop whilst in the overview, that looks much nicer as well. Next up, we would like to have, we do have already, we have this already in master, it's ready. The settings for the panels have been completely redesigned. Now they have these little drawings to show you what would happen if you click on each setting, which I think are super nice looking and should be applied to everywhere in system settings. And these, however, cannot be the last revision of the panel settings because we do have to change them again to change how we set the position of the panels and such because of some technical things that I think already happened, but I completely lost track of them. Next up, we would like to have floating panels by default, ideally. It's a discussion that we're having, but to do that, they need to work a bit better. So there is a merge request, again, not landed yet, which re-implements a lot of the features that floating panels have. So now they do have a shadow. They didn't previously. And also, whenever there's a window maximized, they just defloat vertically without taking any more space as they used to do previously. They had this big margin around them. People didn't like those margins, rightfully. Now they're just gone. It just floats towards the top or the bottom. So that's nice, and ideally, who knows, that might make the floating panels usable by default. Next up, applets are going to be redesigned too. Again, this is very ongoing work. So what we do have already are this couple of very pretty switches. And the idea is that everything that gets applied immediately as soon as you click them is going to be a switch, not a checkbox. And checkboxes are going to be used for things that you click, and then you also have to click apply, or it's some settings inside of an application. But yeah, I do think that these switches within the applets look very pretty. We do also have a redesigned task switcher. This comes from the Plasma sprint just a couple of months ago. And the idea is that we couldn't quite agree on which one was the prettiest task switcher. So we took a couple of them and just smashed them together. So now we do have thumbnails for each application. And we also have the icons on top of the thumbnail. So that's going to make it much easier to switch to the right one. So these are the things that are going to happen to the Plasma shell itself. I hope that I'm not forgetting anything. I probably am, but we'll also get more stuff when we get closer to the release date. There's also some more stuff. Yes, I almost forgot about this one, sorry. So these are floating dialogues. These are, again, not in master, almost ready, and the only thing left is to decide how to expose them to the user, and we also kind of have to decide if we want them at all. If we do want them, then they're gonna look kind of like this, not by default, but as an option, either that can be toggled by the user or by the Plasma theme itself. So you just put some margin in the SVG file as an example, and then that's going to be applied around the dialog so that it's floating. This used together with the floating panel actually helps reduce the number of margin errors, like some ugly stuff that happens when you open kickoff and it just like floats into the nothing. So it's a bit better looking with this option. Again, might not be in Plasma 6, but who knows. Next up is not Plasma shell itself stuff. As an example, some things that are like stuff that can be reverted. As an example, we do have a merge request ongoing for a completely redesigned icons for places and dolphin stuff. So this was started by Cameron Matt a year ago or something. Unluckily, he wasn't able, due to stuff, to finish up the work, but we now do have the draft and all the Python code that went with it. And in fact, it's a lot of Python code that completely automatizes the process of creating new MIME type icons and folder icons. It's a super big thing that needs some Python developer help. So if you know a bit of Python and want to contribute to KDE, this could be a good starting point. It's just some tooling that needs to be finished. Next up, we do have a redesigned mouse icon theme that, if I recall correctly, is currently in master. I think it was done by Manuel. Again, some thumbs up. So I didn't look much at it. It looks slightly different. This might not be the final version, but that's it. Okay, so this is the final version that will for sure be in Plasma 6, and I think it's like a bit darker and a bit prettier. It's a bit incremental, but it looks good. We also have a redesigned, if that's the word used for it, sound theme, which isn't on master yet, but it is done. It is a bit weird from a technological point of view how to deliver this one to the user, because currently we do not have the concept of sound themes that you can just swap out. We don't have a system settings page with a lot of sound themes that you can switch between. So one idea would be just to replace all old oxygen sounds with these new ones. It would be a bit weird, but we can do that. And there's a no from the audience, so we're not going to do that. Again, I'm kind of outdated on the latest info about these ones, but you can check it out. And finally, there's also the idea of having some colorful window headers. So the context about this doesn't exist yet. These pictures are edited, and they're also misleading because you see a lot of different colors between windows. That's not the idea. The idea is that you have an accent color, as always, and that accent color is slightly applied to the window header that you're currently using. It's going to be the same accent color for all the headers, but only for the active window, so that it's easier to actually distinguish what you're currently using from other windows. Also, there is no merge request or patch that currently implements this. There are two different options. One, to actually paint the header bars, but it uses a different color that's way stronger. It's actually the same one as the accent color, so we don't want to go that route. And the other one does tint the colors, but it tints all of the colors of the window, which is pretty cool, but we didn't want to go that route by default. So this is the idea. You pick an accent color, it's going to be slightly tinted. It's probably not going to be as strong as I presented it right here. This is just to see what's going on. Just something very slight to help you identify what is the currently active window. From the design point of view, I think that was everything. If you have any questions, I guess that's at the end we're going to do. And if I forgot anything, again, I'm really sorry. But that's what I was able to come up with.
Okay, so now, unfortunately, the pretty features are over, and there are boring technical details and code samples. So bear with me, please. Most of the rest of the talk will be about things inside the Plasma shell itself and how plasmoids are written. But it would be unjust to talk about Plasma 6 without mentioning some important things that are coming in the other very big component of a plasmization, which is Queen. Just three important things to mention. In master already, Queen it will support HDR. So if you have the right hardware, the right monitor, if you run an application that natively supports HDR, such as a particular game or a particular video, it should work out of the box. Everything more colorful and beautiful. Another big feature on Wayland, which is very important for feature parity with X11, the restart support. So until now, on a Wayland session, on any system, on any desktop, if you had a crash on your compositor, or if you just wanted to restart your compositor, then you lose the whole of your session, all of your applications. Now it will, the applications will support the compositor going away, at least every application that supports the protocol, and then the compositor restarts, and you should get all your application running like nothing happened. Another thing, not there yet, but we are planning to support, which could have quite some cool applications. There is a new Wayland protocol floating around about workspaces, that it's basically a virtual desktop protocol on steroids, which will allow us to do things like different virtual desktop per activity or different virtual desktop per output. which also ties on the further support of tiling that we will do in Queen, since apparently for tiling window manager users, having different virtual desktop per screen, it's quite of an important thing. Now, passing on all the rest on what's happening in what is purely the Plasma session, so your panels, your widgets, and what changes are in the Plasma library and in how you are writing plasmoids. The rest of the talk will be about that, because there are many third-party plasmoids on the store. Whoever maintains that will have to do quite some work. The good news is that almost everything that is around on demand, everything on workspace and whatnot, has already been ported, but there are quite some important API changes. So let's start with a thing we are getting rid of. So data engines, that was that concept that we had at the beginning of KDE 4. At the beginning we wanted to write plasmoids in JavaScript. That was before QML even existed, so we came up with a completely imperative API, and the way to get data from like your tasks, like your notifications and whatnot, from a C++ source was with that API. It worked very well in an imperative world. It doesn't really work. We do have bindings from QML, but doesn't really match well. That job is done much better by QML extensions. So you have you write your QObject with properties and data models and whatnot, and expose that to QML. Now it's the way to do that. So everything about data engines has been moved out of libplasma. It's in its own repo in workspace called Plasma 5 support. So for the time being, the existing data engines still work, but we are planning to eventually get rid of all of that. Second thing, SVGs. We will still support SVG themes as they are. You can think they're kind of getting long in the tooth. That's correct. And we eventually will have even some way to replace that. Will not be for Plasma 6.0. It's something to think about in the future. But in the meantime, actually some things in all the SVG related libraries were quite useful. For instance, I heard many times that somebody wanted to have some simple SVG icons in its Android application that wanted to recolor with a color theme and cache on disk, because loading SVGs on Android was not with Qt SVG was not really great. In Plasma there were classes to do exactly that, couldn't use them because all of the dependencies of the Plasma that depended from everything. Now all of that has been moved to a different framework called KSVG, basically recycling the name of an old dead one, but it's fine. So it's Plasma SVG, Plasma Frame SVG, so still supporting the 9 patches thing. Everything about Qt SVG is not exposed in the public API, so in the future we could even, in a compatible way, switch the backend if need arises. For now, if you were using it, porting it, it's very simple. It's just pretty much just changing the import, changing the namespace, and it's okay. All the old API still works for simple SVG items. You are now just recommended to use this more compact form, but the old form still worked. A nice addition is that this framework has, compared to the Plasma version, if you had SVGs that support all the style sheet stuff to have like a rectangle with the same color of the system color background. Now this works with normal system colors. It integrates with Kirigami and the Kirigami theme class. So even if you by hand replace a color, then in your SVG that repaints with the new color as well, which is nice. On the C++ side, there is this image set class where you define where your SVGs are, so you don't have to use a Plasma theme in your application. You can have any set of elements and files you want, and you can ship it, for instance, in the data application of your application, or together with all the QML files, or whatever you want. You control it with this class. Yeah, that's basically it. The biggest headache, if someone wrote a Plasmoid, third-party Plasmoid on the store, the biggest headache is a big change in the Plasmoid API. Also, the Plasmoid API still had many components from the old imperative JavaScript API, and we wanted to get rid of all of them. So you had still this magical context property, which is not a good thing to have in QML, called Plasmoid, which was a QQuick item that wrapped most, not all, kind of similar but not exactly the same API of the central class of Plasma, that is Plasma Applet. Now you only have the uppercase Plasmoid, so an attached property version, which is directly the Plasma Applet instance. So you can use basically 100% of the API, or everything that is exposed in the API as properties, invocable signals, and whatnot. What was that QQuick item? It became a graphical element called Plasmoid item that now must be the root element of your Plasmoid. So comparing these, we used to have any random item as the root item, and then put the attached properties for like full representation. So basically, this full representation will always be basically your item. So this, in most of the Plasmos, this actual graphical item was not shown anywhere in the scene, which was kind of weird. Now you declare it like that, and this will be the actual root object in the scene of your Plasmoid. The more semantic properties like title, like the status, if it's expanded or not, are still of Plasmoid, which is now the applet. And the purely graphical ones, like the actual representation or compact representation, are direct properties of that Plasmata item. That's the main thing that changes. Another thing that was completely taken from the JavaScript API was the Actions API. Basically, a Plasmoid can just add an arbitrary number of context menu action if you right-click like on its icon on the panel or whatnot. It used to have this API that it's very imperative. So in uncompleted, then bunch of JavaScript which created internally this call, created internally a queue action, and then if you wanted to bind something, you even had to use an imperative API for property bindings, and then to react when the user clicked that, you had to declare a function with a kind of magical name. So if this was previous, it was action previous, and then you have your code. Now on the attached plasmoid object, contextual action is a list property, so you just declare a list of everything you need, and then the action you just put it declaratively with all the bindings and whatnot. This action type is actually an actual queue action, because are things that still go from QML to C++ back and forth, so they are not QML actions. It's something that I would really like that was supported in QML. The fact that the QML actions are not real actions is still something I'm not completely happy. So yeah, hopefully in the future something better we will have. Another thing that changes in how things are done. In Kirigami, when we first designed it, we had lifted pretty much one-to-one some concept that we were using and liking in Plasma that we could not use there, again because of dependencies, that brought out quite some code duplication. Basically two big classes, Plasma Team and Plasma Units. So Plasma Team for all the colors, so I want a background color, I want a text color, whatnot, that come magically from the proper color team. But over the years, the Kirigami version got much more advanced than the Plasma version, like this inheritance. So I can say the Kirigami theme of this item is a header. So if a header has different colors, everything in that item, also the sub-items, will have colors from the header. Which is possible because it's an attached property that inherits in the whole tree of the scene, while the Plasma version was a singleton, so it was the same for the whole application. Didn't really work. Also in Kirigami, for some reason, the application wants that in that particular part and all its children, the background color is not normal, but it's a particular shade of purple for reasons. It works. So in Plasma 6, team will go away, just use the Kirigami version. Units, that it's for duration, animation duration, layout spacing, and whatnot. Also that use the Kirigami version. Another class that was in Plasma was color scope, that was implementing that color inheritance that I talked before. Also that goes away from Plasma 6. So yeah, just use the Kirigami version. A blocker that we couldn't do that in Plasma 5 was that we may have to need two different teams. So like plasmoids need colors that come from the Plasma team. Configuration dialogues needs colors that come from the system team. By default, those two are the same thing, but some Plasma teams have their own color set, so we have to, based where we are, we have to return the proper colors. Now this works in Plasma 6, so that's fine. So also, yeah, units, use the Kirigami version. Icons, we had a particular widget for displaying icons in Plasma that was also duplicated in Kirigami, didn't make any sense. So use only the Kirigami version. It's kind of unfortunate that one to display icons that properly works is not really in QML base, but at least we have only one implementation instead of two. So yeah, most of the work in Plasma 6 was actually to make it way smaller with much less code to maintain, so hopefully less bug. So any question, both of my part and Nicola part? We have Noah.
So, regarding the floating dialogues, are you gonna like have a way to have a little arrow that points to the little applet?
That's been requested. Actually implementing that would be quite painful to say the least. So I would be inclined to say currently no. Like ideally I would like to have that, but
Understandable.
It's possible. It's painful. It's not technically impossible. All the dialogue. Also, one thing that I forgot to mention: all the implementation of those pop-ups, the dialogue class was quite of a mess internally, as being rewritten. So that may make it a bit easier to do in the future.
So I must say I'm sick and tired of oxygen sound, so I'm glad that there's finally something new coming up. I'm also happy that you look into the XG sound scheme spec, which is something I've wanted to implement for the longest time. So we should have a chat about all of that if there's anything else you need or if there's something that might be still floating around on my computer that you could find useful. But yeah, so very nice work on the whole sound stuff.
And let's bring back the broken glass sound.
So now that we have the ability to use Kirigami themes, theme stuff, can you touch a little bit on the blockers to unifying the actual component sets themselves, such that we could also get rid of the duplication between, say, the Kirigami and Plasma versions of things like placeholder message, label, things like that?
Right, so there is still one problem to just use every single Kirigami components in Plasmoid, still for the same problem of having to support two teams in the same process. So for everything that is just colors, like just label, headers, and things like that, we now can use it without problems. Everything that uses Qt controls, so like if a control has inside a button, then that becomes a problem because simply the import Qt controls do gives you only possible theme per process because it's how the button type is registered. So we cannot have two, and that is still an unsolved problem in Qt 6, unfortunately.
No more questions? Then thank you, Marco and Nicolo.
Okay. Thank you all for being here for my Academy talk. And I'm going to talk about KRunner, past, present, and future. And that includes topics like porting, new features since I started contributing, and also plugin distribution. So how does KRunner affect you? Because most people only know it as the standalone executable that is launched when pressing Alt space or Alt and function 2 key. But it is also a flexible framework, and it powers your normal application launchers like Kicker. And because of that, it is an essential part of the KDE desktop experience. And now I'll come to my structure. First, I'm going to tell you who I am and how I ended up in KDE. And then we are going to have a brief look at the KDE 4x. And we'll look at the major improvements and features since I started contributing. But since I'm in the community for 3 years, I can't cover all features, so it's only an optimized subset of it. And then we'll look at KRunner's ecosystem and specifically the plugins. And afterward, we'll look at the upcoming changes and improvements in KDE Frameworks 6, and also look at some of the things that are not yet implemented, but planned or in progress. So, who am I and how did I end up in KDE? I first tried KDE in 2019 and I immediately loved it. And I initially played a lot around with the applets, so it was very fun, like installing some new applets through KNew stuff. But it was mostly just playing around. But I only later discovered KRunner and all its features, and at the time, the normal application launcher did not have all of the plugins available that KRunner has. And I then played around with some of the KDE plugins and installed some other ones from GitHub. And eventually I wrote my own plugins, if you want to call them, using KRunner Bridge, which in and itself is another plugin. But there I hit some architectural constraints and performance issues because it was starting like a new process, usually a Python process for every character typed. And that of course can't be very fast. And then I decided to rewrite my plugins in C++, which is what some KDE 4 tutorial also suggested when you want to create a KRunner plugin. But I barely knew it at the time, so it was quite adventurous. And most of the plugins are still around on GitHub. For example, here you have an overview of my pinned GitHub projects. And you can see the JetBrains Runner plugin, which allows you to integrate the recently launched projects in the JetBrains IDEs in KRunner. And I also made a Dolphin counterpart for it. And I had created a plugin for like searching and copying and pasting emojis. And there's also an integration into KRollet, though that's maybe not super useful for most people, but at the time I found it useful to have. And when talking about how one started contributing to KDE, everyone has like an origin story. It was a feature they dearly wanted or a bug that was annoying them. And in my case, I had some runners that required configuration, and they weren't very useful without having some settings configured there. And ideally, I wanted to do that right after the installation. So I had the simple idea of passing in an argument when launching the Plasma Search KCM, and that would then launch the runners config module. And that was my first Fabricator patch. And I'm still here 3 years later, and contributing to KDE has proven to be quite addictive. And looking back at the KDE 4x, I have a screenshot. And you can see there's of course some resemblance, like the normal apps like console that are provided in the results. Conqueror is not as in as it was back then. And there are of course some differences. For example, in KDE 4 we had a QWidgets-based user interface, and KRunner had some API to directly integrate into that. and that was called run options, where each runner could produce a custom widget for a given match. And the API was still around in the KDE 5 times, even though it didn't work. And I also stumbled upon that when I started creating my first runner. And also there was a help button, and that is one of the features I am going to talk about in a moment, because I revived that for KDE 5. And back then we also had scripting support using Cross, which was, or is a KDE framework that allowed you to create scripts in Python, Ruby, and JavaScript. And so you could create KRunner plugins in all of those languages, and Cross would take care of making them work. And one feature that I mentioned a moment ago was the help integration. And in KDE 4, this button was coded as part of the UI, so it was only specific to the KRunner executable. But the runner syntax class, which is used by the plugins to provide information like what are the example queries and how is the description, was still in KDE Frameworks 5, and the plugins still used it, and some third parties even adopted that. Maybe they just copied it from existing KDE code. But I wanted more flexibility by implementing it as a plugin, and I did a little magic trick there. And because I've cast the parent to a runner manager object, which is always guaranteed to be true, so that I can access the other runners and their syntaxes. And here you have a screenshot of the help plugin in action. And on the top left corner, you can see that when just typing question mark or pressing the button with the question mark in it, you'll get an overview of the available runners and their first example query. For example, we have the spell runner here, the places runner, but some runners have more syntaxes, and because of that, you can select one of the matches and you will get then all available syntaxes, and that is what you can see on the top right corner. And the daytime runner, for example, has certain trigger words like date and time, and can optionally have a query after that. And here you can see that it is put in angle brackets, and when you then run one of those matches, the text that is in angle brackets will be selected, and the other text will just be inserted into the UI, so that you can easily try out those example queries, and you still know what you're supposed to type in the placeholder, and you can override it with just one keystroke because the text is selected. And since it's a plugin, it is also available in Kickoff. And here you have an overview of how that would look. And with the scrollable view, that is also quite nice because you get all the runners. And in Academy 21, there was a really cool Reddit post highlighting some of KRunner's features. And hopefully you'll be able to discover those features yourself. And if anyone ever needs to do a similar post, it will hopefully take them less time. Also, KRunner supports multi-line text, and this is used in the dictionary runner and also the help runner. And while the description is multi-line, it can also contain Qt style text markup, and that is used for organizing and highlighting information, and it can be activated using a simple setter. And here in the screenshot you can see that the example queries like screen brightness with the placeholder and the dim screen example query are both displayed in bold, and the description comes after that so that you can visually separate the example queries from their description. Also, testing is quite important, and that perfectly aligns with the KDE goal that was presented already. And KRunner has gotten a lot more test coverage in the framework and also the individual plugins. And before I made an improvement to that, it was quite hard to write tests that actually used the plugin, because you either had to load the plugin manually from the build directory, because we usually want to be able to run tests uninstalled, or you had to build the runner class in a static library, but that is of course a bit tedious and causes annoying CMake code. But luckily we have the KRunner configure test CMake function to the rescue, and that that works for both dbus and C++ runners, and we'll talk about dbus runners in a moment, but the concept of them is that they are just a separate process, and KRunner can query them using dbus and a specified API. And to use this plugin or this CMake function for dbus runners, we first have to pass in our test target and then our executable target for the dbus runners, and also the desktop file name and the desktop file path, because for dbus runners the metadata is not embedded. And for normal C++ plugins, we don't need to pass in the desktop file because the metadata is embedded. And this CMake function is accompanied by the abstract runner test header, and that contains some utility methods, for example init properties, which checks that the runner plugin can be loaded and then loads it into the runner manager. And for dbus runners, you can also start the dbus runner or a dbus runner process for it, and it also makes sure that the process starts properly and the dbus service is registered. And since you can start processes, you of course also want to stop them. For example, if your test ends or if you want to have a clean state during your test execution. But the method you will be probably using most of the time is launch query, which just takes the given query and tells the runner manager to launch it. But then it waits with a given timeout for the runner manager to finish. And while making the slides, I thought it might be useful if this method actually returned the matches of the runner manager. So I patched that a few days ago, and that should make your testing code even simpler. What was also annoying quite a lot of users was the duplication in the KRunner results, because, for example, the recent documents and the Lua runner often produced matches for the exact same file, because one remembers your recent files and the other one your indexed files, and if you have the same, or if you have an indexed file recently opened, it is logical that both of them will show up. And also the shell runner, which executes shell commands, and the application runner often produced results for the exact same thing, like I type Firefox and the application's desktop file would only execute the given command, but the shell runner would suggest it as a separate match. But now we have deduplication based on the query match ID, and that needs to be explicitly enabled in the metadata, because not all plugins properly set an ID for their matches, but all of that is documented on develop.kde.org. And for most runners in KDE it is already implemented, but there are like some remaining or some smaller issues. And now I'm going to talk about KRunner's ecosystem, and we had the KDE goal all about the apps. And because of that, I thought all about the plugins would be a suitable headline for KRunner, because KRunner is entirely based on plugins. And remember that I said in the KDE 4 times there was scripting support using cross, but all of that was removed in the KF5 transition, and all scripted runners became unsupported as a result. But with dbus runners, we luckily have once again a thriving ecosystem, because it's really easy to create such a runner in, for example, Python, and there's an official template for that in the KRunner repository. And since the dbus runner API was initially created by David Edmondson, there were some improvements done. For example, they now have lifecycle methods like teardown that allow you to clean up any data or invalidate a cache when the match session finishes and KRunner is closed. There were also optimizations like setting a specific trigger word for your runner so that the dbus runner process is not started before it is actually useful, because I had like a little plugin that allowed me to mount VeraCrypt volumes, and that was only triggered by the word VeraCrypt, and because of that optimization, it no longer started a process every time I booted into the Plasma session. And it is also now possible to set actions only for specific patches. And before, KRunner would always take all of the actions that you have provided for your entire dbus runner and add them to every match. And now you can specify that explicitly if you want. And you can also support, or you can also define your usage help in a runner syntax compatible way in the metadata. And the metadata are just desktop files. And all of the properties are also documented on the developkde.org page. And because we broke the KRunner ecosystem in the KDE 4 to 5 transition, we don't want to do that again. And because of that, we have like the promise to keep the KF5 runners compatible and working with KF6, but only as long as you don't get a deprecation warning about the desktop file location, because we internally needed to get rid of K-service type trader. And the new location is like in the data root dir and then KRunner/dbus plugins. So it's really easy to port that. And the new install location is available since KDE Frameworks 5.72, and that has even hit Debian stable or Debian 11. So there's really no reason not to port to it. And in Plasma 5.21, there was an integration for the KRunner plugins into the KDE store edit, and that supported like custom install scripts or some pre-built packages. And of course, there were proper warnings and recommendations given in the install dialog. And for Python scripts, it is relatively simple to just manually review the 1 or 2 files that are in there. But because we didn't have a standardized install procedure, we had to rely on the install scripts and open a terminal window for them, because some scripts required manual intervention or adjustments. For example, if there's a yes or no question inside of the install script. And that had worked great, and we got many more plugins on the KDE store, and it made it also far more discoverable for users. But it is still not great UX to like have a terminal window open when you want to install something. We Linux nerds probably are perfectly fine with that, but the average user might be a bit confused. And most install scripts for dbus runners are just based on the official template in the KRunner repository, which just adjusts and copies a few files. And the idea is that we can specify the files that need to be copied or the information required for files to be generated in a metadata format. And then we can manually generate or copy those files without the need to execute any custom script. And maybe that can be extended with some dependency checks or installation checks so that your runner works properly after being installed. And the merge request for that has recently landed, and I will, of course, make use of it in the official dbus runner template in the KRunner repository. And in KDE Framework 6, there were quite a lot of changes, and when looking at the Git history, there was lots of code removed and API refactored. There were quite a lot KDE 4 leftovers, as I mentioned with the run options API that was entirely defunct. And most consumer-facing changes were already prepared with deprecation macros, but not every change could be prepared with them. For example, the namespace was changed from Plasma to KRunner because KRunner is its own framework now and no longer a part of Plasma. And that didn't make sense throughout all of the KF5 time. And we have a significantly reduced dependency tree, because in KF5, KRunner depended on Plasma Frameworks in its public API, which was quite ugly. And it now only depends on like K activities internally and K coordinates in its public API, and besides that only Qt core. And in KF6 there was also the model for Milu imported, and that model is responsible for like sorting the different matches the runners provide, and it also like exposes the information about the matches to QML. And with that move, all of the core functionality is now in one place in the KRunner framework, and that means we are more flexible when doing code changes because we don't have to worry about the different release cycles. But of course, we still need to keep binary compatibility and such. And Clicker already uses this unified model, and that allowed us to get rid of the sorting implementation there. Also, there was a new class created in KRunner, which is just called KRunner Action. And that is a very simple data class, which contains like the ID, text, and icon or icon name, because having a queue action was overkill and caused also issues with threading. But the porting can just be done using find and replace, and you can remove the new keyword to instantiate it because it's now not a pointer but passed by reference. Also, the refactoring of the threading was a large effort, and the previous state was summed up by Kai pretty well, who said currently KRunner uses mental multi-threading for everything, which I found quite funny. And he was referring to the abstract runner match method being called in different threads, and sometimes it was called like by different threads at the same time if you have a very long, or if you have a match method which takes very long. And the prepare, teardown, init, and reload configuration methods were still done in the main thread. So if you were to do any heavy lifting there, you would still block the main UI. And if you want to do data initialization without blocking the main thread, it is a pretty big hassle. And in KDE code, we have often used the pattern of like having a mutex, so that for the first match method call, you initialize the data in there, and then you write it into a variable, and then unlock the mutex and reuse it for the rest of the match session and clean it up afterward. But in KF6, every runner is moved to its own thread, and the prepare, teardown, init, and reload configuration methods are also called in the runner's thread, and that allows for a safe initialization and cleanup of data and makes the code far simpler. And even in frameworks, it is less code because all of the thread weaver jobs could be removed. And there's also the possibility for further optimizations, like in some runners, we query the bookmarks using a normal SQLite connection, and if we type like KDE as the first 3 letters, and we type another letter afterward, we could maybe reuse the previous results instead of making a new query. And that is now possible due to the match method not being called from separate threads at the same time. But I have also some further plans and ideas. But before coming to that, I'd say that KRunner is currently in a pretty good state, and we are utilizing dbus runners where appropriate, like in Plasma Browser integration, Quinn, and the K-Activity Manager daemon. But that currently means we have a bit of code duplication, and we have this like dbus util setup from KRunner copied in a bunch of different places, and ideally we would have a small C++ library for that. Maybe it could be even header only, so that we can deduplicate that code internally in KDE. Also, the sorting still needs improvements, because we currently use both the match type and relevance for sorting, which is a bit confusing. And the match type is basically an enum with magic values, and the values don't make very much sense anymore because they're like helper match, no match, or exact match, and we don't have like any specific usage of a helper match. We only care for the integer value that is assigned to it. And in case the match type is different. Is different between two matches. The match with the higher match type is preferred. And only if the match type is the same, we consider the relevance of the matches, and that is confusing a lot of people. And it also makes it really hard to tweak the order inside of the plugins, because you can sometimes by accident rearrange the categories with the results that other runners produced. And instead we want to have separate values, one for sorting the categories so that the applications may be more important than the software center runner. And then we keep the relevance so that runners can tweak the order of their own matches, and that would also allow KRunner to learn smarter what results you prefer, because it can both learn what specific applications you most often launch, but also what runners you generally use. And there is also a long-standing feature request about making the search order configurable in the Plasma Search KCM. And the idea is that you can specify a few favorites, and all of those favorites will be presented in a fixed order when they produce matches in KRunner. And the order within the category is unchanged, because that would be over configuration. And on the right hand side you can already see a screenshot on how that could look visually. Usually the QML bits are the hardest for me when implementing such features, but Marco helped me out with some details here, and you can see that you are able to rearrange the favorites using drag and drop. And finally, I want to end with a big thanks to the community, because all of those awesome features and contributions would not have been possible without other members. I've listed a few notable ones like David Edmondson and also Natalie Clarios, and Kai Uwe, who was the previous maintainer of KRunner, and also Fujan and Nate Graham, who has been very helpful in reviews and visual feedback. And there's also a BOF about KRunner at Tuesday at 9 a.m. in room 2. And we plan to discuss some Libas runner related ideas and also some visual improvements. And Kai has motivated me to make a BOF about it. And I hope to see you there. Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. Other questions?
This is just a general question, but over time we have suggested a few UI changes to KRunner, and some of them are implemented, which is really cool. But along with the work that you're doing with plugins, are you also open to visual changes to do some of that, or no, not for now?
Well, the framework itself is not specific to any visuals. But if you are referring to the KRunner executable, yeah, I'm open for suggestions and discussion. And then it would be really cool if you would join me at the BOF on Tuesday, because they will also discuss some issues or some ideas there.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Do you agree that alt space is the correct shortcut for opening KRunner instead of all the other default ones?
I have mapped my meta key to open KRunner, and I'm so used to that by now. And every time I'm on my work Windows PC, I'm wondering why does the menu open up on the bottom left corner?
So you need to port KRunner to Windows, so you can use it on your work machine.
Yeah. Well, the framework itself would build against Windows, but most of the useful plugins in the executable are part of Plasma. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the session for today. And tomorrow at 10 we will start again here with the next talks.
And in case you have any questions when trying to implement your own runner, feel free to ask.